Dear guests, hello. On behalf of National Office of Crimea Platform, I am pleased to welcome you here today at this unprecedented event for experts representing different countries and regions. Thank you all for finding the time and opportunity to participate in person or to join online. I am grateful to the powerful civil society organizations that have made it possible to organize this event. We, for our part, as a representative of the public sector responsible for the internal dimension of Crimea Platform, supported this idea and contributed to its implementation as much as possible. Special thanks to Maria Tomak, who head of our Crimea Platform, and all our team of Mission of the President. For me personally, both as a permanent representative of President of Ukraine in Autonomous Republic of Crimea and representative of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people, the issue of the occupation of Crimea is a personal issue and to which I have devoted my activities since the beginning of the occupation. First, in the civil society sector, as the chair of the board of the organization Crimea SAS, which was responsible for helping Crimea residents in connection with the events of the occupation. Since 2019, I have held various positions in the public sector, but whatever I have been since 2014, my activities have been exclusively related to Crimea, my small homeland that was taken away from me. When we talk about Crimea, we needed to realize that it is not only about territory, it is primarily about people. We have to bring back from the occupation our citizens who are forced to live there because of the fear of losing everything. We must ensure the right to return for those who did not accept it and left Crimea. This is also a personal pain for me. I have not been home for almost 10 years. I understand that for me, going home is a way to prison, as happened to my friend, first deputy head of Majlis of Crimean Tatar people, Nariman Jalal. In 2021, he came from Crimea to open the first summit of the Crimea Platform. Upon his return to Crimea, the occupiers fabricated a criminal case against him, accused him to sabotage, and sentenced him to 17 years imprisonment. To better understand this pain, imagine that you can travel to almost any country in the world, but you cannot return home. And so it has been for decades. That is why we are talking about the need to liberate the entire territory of Ukraine, including, of course, Crimea. And that is why we call on the wild world to support Ukraine in this matter. Today, there are many representatives of the Ukrainian government, parliament, civil society, diplomats, and the expert community here. I hope that we'll all be able to have a fruitful discussion and discuss the important issue that concerns us. Thank you, glory to Ukraine, and I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, the head of Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada.
Dear friends, dear guests, for better understand me, please use headphone, because I'll speak in Ukrainian. Вельмишановна пані віце-прем'єр-міністр.
Esteemed Vice Prime Minister, organizers, dear Tamila, Your Excellencies, the participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to say thanks to the organizers of this event for this very important initiative. Also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the participants. Some of them have come over 1,000 kilometers, thousands of kilometers to be here to talk about Ukraine, to talk about our struggle. For me, also, it's an extreme honor to take part in this three-day event which will be dedicated to the matters of Crimea. And I really hope that it will help to look at the issues of the occupation of the Ukrainian peninsula and overall to the challenges of this unprovoked war of Russia against Ukraine, which is going on for over 10 years. Let's remember, on the 20th of February 2014, Russia, upon the order of the highest political leadership, has illegally invaded Ukraine and occupied Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. And just a few months after, in 2014, the Russian Federation invaded the Ukrainian Donbass and occupied some areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Unfortunately, up until today, these areas are controlled by the occupiers. Last year, on February the 24th, President Putin issued an order to launch a full-scale invasion into Ukraine, and the world has seen the war in Europe unseen from the end of the Second World War. The war which was barbaric, bloody and cruel. This war is waged in medieval methods with total disregard of the international humanitarian law and rules of war. Today, the Ukrainian armed forces keep fighting against the aggressor, liberating Ukraine from the invader. And they know that we will liberate all the territory within the internationally recognized borders as of 1991, when Ukraine got its independence. Now, I suggest to look at this war from a global dimension. How is the Russian invasion perceived by the governments of the so-called global south, the countries of Africa, South America, and Asia? Some say that this war over thousands of kilometers, just like any other war, well, it of course produces impressive and bloody images, but it, well, is not really tangent to their interests. But I think that people who say so are really not far-sighted politicians or public officials. Because this war, according to these not far-sighted politicians, this war, as if it could be stopped at the table of negotiations after the agreement, and then this turmoil will be over and the world will get back to the previous status quo. But is it really like this? Is it truly a regional conflict? Can it be resolved here and now at the table of negotiations? In order to objectively respond to these questions, we have to consider all the facts and circumstances of this war. Firstly, the aggressor state is one of the permanent 5 members of the Security Council of the United Nations. And the matter of legality of Russia's occupying that seat has many issues. And Ukraine is one of the founders of the United Nations organization, so we say it responsibly. But the reality is as it is. The system of supporting peace in UN is paralyzed. This organization cannot take any decision because the aggressor has the right of veto. I'm confident that all normal people understand that this is absurd, but this is reality. Secondly, Russia has one of the biggest nuclear arsenals globally, and as a barbarian, they keep rattling the nuclear saber. They keep threatening to apply nuclear weapons. Just this fact, as such, already is a grave violation of the international law. But is there a mechanism to really safeguard the world against the nuclear war? It's obvious that there's none. The factor of deterrence, already is preventing other countries which would otherwise be more brave condemning this medieval barbarianism in the heart of Europe. Russia is weaponizing anything it can to pressure Ukraine and international partners. For example, Russia has lots of oil and gas deposits, and the trade of those is no longer the trade as such. It's a tool to undermine the prices in the market, expecting the destabilization of the internal markets in the consumer countries. We've seen that last year in Europe, and I am very happy that Europe has learned their lessons and found a way to minimize Russian oil and gas blackmail. Russia is blockading seaports, preventing Ukrainian grain to be shipped outside to the global markets. And there is a looming threat of the global food crisis. Another factor, this is the history of relationship between Russia and its neighbors. In the last decade, we have seen that Russia does not want to get rid of the imperialist past. It strives for total domination in the region, following the model of the metropolis and satellite colonies, so the modern USSR 2.0. Russia is still the source of political instability for its neighbors, the source of frozen conflicts which can be reignited any second. So the response to all the questions, obviously, is that, well, the war of Russia against Ukraine cannot be stopped at the table of negotiations. If the war is frozen, if the initiators of this war, if those who have been committing crimes in the occupied Crimea and Donbass, and those who commit war crimes now are unpunished, this will mean only the preparation to the new stage in this war, which would be even wider and more and bloodier. No, this war of Russia against Ukraine is not just a matter between two countries or a regional conflict. This now touches all the world, because the war is back as a tool of interstate relationship, yet the world does not have a tool, an effective tool, to prevent it or to resolve. The terrorist attack of Hamas on Israel reaffirms this point. The Russian regime has given a clear signal to all the dictatorships and terrorist units that the international law is weak and the world cannot cope. So, dear participants, if altogether we don't stop Russia, we'll see new and new wars, we'll see new and new terrorist attacks, and we will have less and less time for the adequate response, less time and opportunities. That's why Ukraine will not start the negotiations with Russia while the Russian troops are within our international recognized borders. And that is why we are not even thinking about some territorial giveaways, because for Ukraine we have no difference between the Donetsk or Lviv region, between Kiev or Crimea. The president has offered its peace formula. It's a well-known 10-point plan which has been supported by all our friends and allies. This formula is aimed not just to restore peace to Ukraine and to Europe. It would help prevent the war for the future. It would help relaunch the international security framework by creating the foundation for the new, safe and just world order. Dear participants, I am confident that the discussion in this hall will help us find new angles looking at the occupation of Crimea and the significance of the war for the whole world. I'm sure that the countries who try to distance themselves from, as if the war which is really foreign to them, are now becoming aware that actually this war is against their interests. And I hope that we continue this discussion in different formats. Like, for example, in Prague, soon we will have a new parliamentary summit of the Crimean platform. And this year we'll have even more heads of parliaments, and I'm sure that the geography will expand. The geography of supporters of Ukraine will expand. But I know that the whole world will win because we want to respect the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, and this will be the decisive factor. I wish you all success at this conference and to reach the conclusions which are very important for peace, which definitely will come. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine. Is the microphone working? Yes. My name is Vadim Karpyak, and I will be moderating this panel. I would like to welcome us all. As Tamila Tasheva has duly said in her introduction remark, when we talk about Crimea, it's not about the territories as such, but it's about people, first and foremost. So I'm very happy to invite Tetiana Pechonchik to the rostrum. She is the head of ZMINA, the Human Rights Center in Nigeria.
Colleagues, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you with a welcome speech from the co-organizers of the conference, united by the idea and brave position of the Crimean Platform Office and a number of NGOs to restore, or in many cases, to start a dialogue between the civil society of Ukraine and the world countries outside the borders of Europe. After all, the world has changed. We have a multitude of challenges facing global humanity. Impunity of repressive regimes that persecute political opposition or activists, destabilizing entire regions. Climate change that leads to unpredictable tsunamis, fires, famines, or problems with polluted water and air. Armed conflicts that lead to the destruction of entire cities, targeting women and children. Blockage of sea chains and transport corridors that result in rising food prices on other continents. These challenges have no boundaries or rules. The world has changed, which means that we are changing too. In the history of every country, there is an event that became a turning point for its people. For Ukraine, it is Russia's occupation of the Crimean Peninsula and start of the Russian aggression in Donbass in 2014. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians were forced to become internally displaced persons. And the indigenous people of Crimea, the Crimean Tatar Muslims, were once again persecuted and oppressed. After the deportation to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, which was organized by the Soviet regime in 1944, after long and painful years of return, the Crimean Tatars again suffer from the Russian repressions in Crimea. This oppression, together with the Russian aggression in the east of Ukraine, changed the Ukrainian state and society, changed the Ukrainian human rights landscape. After all, during the last almost 10 years, we as civil society activists not only defend the democracy and human rights inside the country, but on the first place, we deal with the devastating external aggression. Now we have to apply all our knowledge to document war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Russia during its unprovoked invasion of our land within internationally recognized borders. That is why the key to learning about Ukraine and understanding the nature of Ukrainian resilience lies in Crimea. This war is genocidal in its nature. Russia denies the very existence of the Ukrainian nation and our right to have our own state. But it is also the war of dictatorship against democracy. Today, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian men and women with weapons in their hands defend the borders of the free world, and many have given their lives for it. To pay tribute for their bravery, we must remember there will be no global security without the victory of Ukraine, and there will be no long-lasting peace without justice. Dear colleagues, on behalf of the civil society co-organizers, I am privileged to welcome you at this conference. It is organized by the International Center for Ukrainian Victory, Media Initiative for Human Rights, Ukrainian Helsinki Human Rights Union, International Partnership for Human Rights, Zmina Human Rights Center, National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, and the Ukraine 5 AM Coalition. We all are grateful for you to come in here, especially to our distinguished guests from Africa, Asia, Southern and Central America, who made a long journey to be with us, to have the opportunity to jointly find solutions to the problems and challenges facing the global humanity, to have the opportunity to build new connections and initiatives, to talk about food security, energy independence, and the architecture of international law, to seek ways of solidarity and support for the protection of women's rights, children, and the rights of national and religious minorities. I wish us fruitful work in the coming days to acquaint Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Тетяно. І
I thank you, Tatiana, and I would like to pass the floor to the first Vice Prime Minister, Deputy Minister of Ukraine, to Yulia Sviridenko. So once again, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Yulia Sviridenko. Good afternoon. Very happy to welcome all of you. And I would like to say that the occupation of Crimea was a turning point for all of us. When the Russian aggression has started, when the war in Ukraine has started, and we have a complete understanding that only when the final Russian soldier will leave the territory of our peninsula that we'll be able to say that this war is over. The recovery of Crimea after the deoccupation, this is one of the priorities for the government and not just words. Just recently, we had a visit of the President of Ukraine to Canada, and we've signed the trade agreement, and there's a special place in that agreement in the minorities. That is why we're already working on the plans, on the strategies for the recovery of Crimea, the occupation of Crimea, and I would like to say that 2014 was a shock for the Ukraine's economy, just as the shock that we had with the beginning of the full-scale aggression. But I wouldn't like to base my today's statement on the negative aspects. Instead, I would like to say that even the most pessimistic predictions said that we would have a very significant drop of GDP. We did have a historic breakthrough by having the drop in the economy by 29.5% of the GDP, but now we're already having an increase. This year we're planning to have around 4% increase of the GDP. Next year there will be a 5% of the increase of GDP. Of course, special attention should be applied to logistics, to logistical corridors. That's why you have a very good title, Srimea Global, and that's really important. Why is it so crucial to discuss this matter? Because the freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, that would result in the global food safety. A number of other aspects I would like to raise. We're talking a lot about the post-war recovery plans, but a special attention is placed on the recovery of Crimea. We are already identifying some of the industries that would serve as the locomotive for the further development. We're talking about energy, transport, the IT industry, then military-industrial complex, as well as the construction industry. And surely these industries will have their own development throughout Ukraine, including on the territory of the peninsula. And we are already analyzing the role that Ukraine might be playing in the post-war global world. To complement the statement by Ruslan Stefanchuk, I would like to say that those leaders of the state who believe that the war in Ukraine is taking place a very distant, in a very distant area, and that it will not have any impact on the instability of their own countries, they're mistaken. I can give you some examples. For example, a supply of grain to Somalia. Well, just 50,000 tons, that's 2 ships that were sent under the presidential program called Grain from Ukraine. This figure looks minor, considering the total amount of export of 16 million tons, but that is the figure that is able to change the Somalia market absolutely, because the total consumption is around 700,000 tons per year, meaning our 50,000 tons of grain, that is a month of supply of Somalia with the food. So that's the month that we are providing the food support to the whole country. So that is a direct impact on the food safety. Should we recall the situation of India? India is one of the largest buyers of sunflower oil from Ukraine. So when we have a restricted maritime navigation, when we have a restricted logistics, so the population of India will be affected, and some of the population are using the sunflower oil on a daily basis. So our restriction of navigation will have a direct impact on the food security and safety in your regions. That is why I absolutely agree that the issue of food safety is very acute, not only for us, but it will have a significant impact on the global south countries, because we do export a lot into Europe as well as into the countries of global south. Therefore, the freedom of navigations is something that we'll be asking your assistance to support. This is where your point of efforts should be as much significant as possible, as this will have an impact on the global food safety. And as long as Russia is blocking the maritime ports, surely will continue to expand the capacities of the ports in the Danube River. Surely will have the exports of product through the Hungary and Romania, and the President Ukraine had some agreements with the President Iohannis, that's the President of Romania. We were planning to increase the transit from 3 million tons to 4 million tons, so hopefully there will be a railroad connection for the transportation of grain from Ukraine to all the way to the maritime ports of Romania. And surely the tasks of the armed forces of Ukraine is to make sure that the Russian forces would withdraw from the Black Sea in order to prevent their impact on the navigation of the ships in Black Sea. And we, as the Ministry of Economy, we are currently working on ensuring the air insurance for those maritime vessels, and hopefully we will provide with an effective tool on how to recover this very soon. And in the context of supporting Ukraine by the global south countries, of course, I have to mention the humanitarian demining aspect, because we are the most contaminated country with the mines in the world, and that has an impact on the global food safety. And overcoming this challenge is something that is crucially important for us, and it's important to have the experience of the global south countries for that. We're currently establishing cooperation with Cambodia, because they still have issues with demining. The humanitarian demining in that country is still ongoing, but we don't have 70 years to demine the whole country. That is why combining our efforts with the global south countries could help us to make Ukrainian soil safe and to bring this stability to the global food safety. And this is a part of the President of Ukraine peace formula. We have tight connections with the Southeastern Asia, with Northern Africa, with the Far East, with the Middle East. Surely the war and the impact on the Black Sea and the impact on Crimea has an impact or is affecting the global south. That is why we do need your support, the support of our partners in our struggle. Surely we are ready to share our experience, our lessons learned, as we call it, because having a neighbor like that, we would definitely need to make some conclusions out of these lessons learned. We should get united. We shouldn't think that the war is taking place somewhere far away. It's close, in fact. So I'm very grateful to the organizers for combining the members of the government, civil sector, and many others so that we could discuss the solution to all those global challenges that we all face. Now, I wish all of us to have a fruitful cooperation in the next 3 days, and I would like to say that we have to stay united. It is only through unity that Ukraine will win. And in this case, the whole world will win as well. Thank you. I thank to Yulia. Now, I wanted to pass the floor to Alexei Danilov, the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, and I'm not sure if he's with us. Well, unfortunately, he's delayed because of certain issues, and I guess the Ruslan Stefanchuk also has a number of state issues, and I'd like to express words of gratitude for the participation in our program. I'd like to say that we are using English and Ukrainian language today, so in order to be able to listen to the simultaneous interpretation, you would need to take the headsets, as well as you might be needing the headsets for simultaneous interpretation from Crimean Tatar language. And I would like to pass the floor to Maxim Subh, the special representative of Ukraine for the Middle East and Africa. Please, Maxim, the floor is yours. Madam Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Tamila, dear guests, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, I'm very grateful for the possibility to deliver you the vision of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine and to tell you how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is fulfilling the directive of the President of Ukraine and the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on countering the aggression, on reinstituting the territorial integrity of Ukraine, as well as on revitalizing our military, economical, and investment connections with the global South countries. As the special representative of Ukraine for the Middle East and Africa, my area of responsibility covers a lot, covers this region, which is somehow called the Global South. We're talking about the African countries, the Middle East countries. I would like to say that since the beginning of the large-scale aggression of Russia against Ukraine, it was due to the intensive policy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as in coordination with the Office of the President of Ukraine, as well as the government of Ukraine. Our state is currently evidencing an unprecedented revitalization of contacts with the global South countries on the overall, as well as with the countries of Africa and Middle East. Today, I have prepared a statement that I wanted to introduce but sitting here, and I was really inspired by the speech of Yulia Sviridenko, and she inspired me to have this briefing delivered in Ukrainian language to tell you what is my daily work about. And I would like to start my short speech with the words of gratitude to all of our partners represented here in this audience, as well as those joining us online for their unwavering support in the protection of our territorial integrity and independence and sovereignty, the deoccupation of all the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, including the Crimea. As you know, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is actively engaged in the implementation of the initiatives by the President of Ukraine, as well as the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and as you've already heard today, there's a Ukrainian program called Grain from Ukraine. Now, this program is particularly designated to ensure the global food safety, and it is also designed to show that without Ukraine, it is impossible to have the consistent development as well as the global food safety. We can see that these initiatives that are presented by the Ukraine word to word are gaining more and more support. The peace formula by the President Zelensky and its implementation, it required significant efforts on the part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It also required the coordination of the central executive authorities of Ukraine. At the same time, I have to say that with every additional briefing, with every additional meeting on the implementation of the peace formula, we can see there's more and more countries from the global south, countries from Africa, from Middle East, from other countries of the world are joining in this process. And that means that the cause, this rightful cause that is currently defended by Ukraine, that is the restoration of peace and territorial integrity, as well as the bringing the aggressor to accountability. This is the values that are cherished by all of our partners, not only in the West, as Russia would like it to show, but the global South is also expanding. They are turning to the side of those defending the righteous cause, defending the provisions of the UN Charter. In this respect, I would like to say that it is Ukraine, since it was affected by the largest conflict since the times of the Second World War. Ukraine was the first to appeal to the need of complying with the international laws and regulations. And the events we are currently seeing also, they should be resolved through the implementation of the UN resolutions that are against the terror, against the violence, against the illegal activity of the countries. Therefore, those provisions that are currently supported by Ukraine through the peace formula, they are universal. This is the roadmap not only to the establishment of the peace in Ukraine, but in the whole world.
And to finish my address, I would like to emphasize that another evidence of having very highly intensive contacts and relationship with the Global South would be the multiple, which amount to hundreds or definitely more than hundreds of consultations and discussions of the President of Ukraine, the Chair of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, other key government representatives with peers in the countries of the Global South. The Minister of International Affairs has conducted 3 missions to the African continent, and everywhere at every place where Ukrainian officials are traveling to the countries of the region that we call the Global South, we deliver the very clear message. We are not here to set you against somebody. We are here to discuss our equal and mutually rewarding partnership, the interests of the rights and the rights of the nations for their freedom, as well as guarantee the safety for the rest of the world. The global food safety, which has been referred to earlier, is one of the key elements in the agenda of our cooperation with our international partners. And we are working productively to support other initiatives of the Global South and associated to different international conferences and other big-scale events which are implemented under the framework of the Crimean platform and the parliamentary dimension. So with that in mind, I would like to emphasize once again that we at the Ministry of International Affairs will pay every possible effort and beyond to improve our diplomatic representation, particularly under the scope of the presidential initiative regarding the African continent, to develop our stronger collaboration. And we are grateful to the government as well as the Parliament of Ukraine for amending the national budget, which has increased allocations to the Ministry of International Affairs, which will strengthen our capacity to deliver on our commitments when representing the interests of Ukraine in bilateral and multilateral relationships, seeking improvement cooperations with our partners across the entire world. And last but not least, let me extend our appreciation to all of the delegates who have arrived to Kyiv these days from the distances which are quite remote, both in terms of geography as well as political alignment. And thank you for supporting us in spiritual manner as well, in building our resilience to fight for our sovereignty. Let me wish you fruitful discussions, productive communication, and we are quite confident that results of this forum, which will last for 3 days, will serve as foundation for the concept papers to be developed by our governments in close cooperation with you. And we really appreciate your contribution. And with that, please join us to the motto, Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, dear Maxim. And to make sure that our discussions are productive, but at the same time they abide by some standards of colloquial language used in literature, we have a special address by Lazul Abdelnah, who is the Nobel Prize for Literature. Could we have your attention to his video presentation, please?
Hello. Thank you for inviting me to join you in your Crimea Global event. I'm sorry that it's not possible to be there. I would very much have liked to be there with you. I hope your gathering will be an excellent one and will produce greater understanding and some resolution of the issues that you'll be discussing. I'm happy to join you with these few sentences to show solidarity with you in these months of danger. I join many thousands of people across the world, from north to south, in Africa and elsewhere, in commiseration for the unprovoked and brutal aggression by Russia. And I join many thousands of others in admiration for your people and your armed forces, for your courage and resistance against this imperialist onslaught. I pray that your resistance succeeds and that you sustain your freedom from such brutal aggression. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Це був пан Абдулла Разак.
This was an address from Mr. Abdullah Razak. Now we have another address from the Peace Prize, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Mrs. Tawakea Karman.
It's really my honor and privilege to express my unwavering support for Ukraine, a nation that has shown the world the true meaning of courage, unity, and the pursuit of freedom. My support for Ukraine and Ukrainian people is not just a gesture of solidarity. It is a commitment of the principles that should bind us all together as a human. It is a commitment to justice, freedom, and the fundamental human rights to every individual, that every individual deserves these human rights, which started with freedom, justice, and its right to live in a country that has a full sovereignty and doesn't have any kind of equation and invasion and interfering from the outsiders. So again, I salute the resilience of Ukraine This resilience is embodied by its people who have faced adversity with remarkable strength and courage. The sacrifices made by the Ukrainian people in the face of war and invasion are a testament to their unwavering commitment to defending their nation's sovereignty and their vision of democratic purposes and united Ukraine. In our interconnected world, the struggle for freedom is not limited to Ukraine alone. It is essential to recognize the broader context in which Ukraine's aspiration for freedom and sovereignty are intertwined with the experience of other nations, particularly those in the Arab Spring countries. Those who find themselves surprised by the actions of Putin and the Russian government toward Ukraine should not be. Since 2015, Putin has been involved in a killing and displacing millions of people of Syria who are fighting for their freedom and dignity against a brutal dictator, Bashar al-Assad, and also now against the invasion and the brutality of Russia. Putin, his government, and his army has led to immense human suffering, displacement, and destruction in Syria. Russian forces have committed numerous war crimes and violations against innocent Syrians. Putin believed that the world's silence regarding his violation in Syria was approval for his crimes there. Later, Putin believed that his invasion of Ukraine would pass without any question, without any problems, without any objection or accountability. And because of that, he waged the war in Ukraine and he invaded Ukraine. So, as Ukrainian people struggle and sacrifice for their freedom and dignity, there is other people in the world also sacrifice and struggle for their freedom and dignity from the Russian oppression, like Syrian people. So we are with you and we share with you the same battle, the same dream, and the same victory. And it's very important when we discuss the war in Ukraine, the freedom for Ukraine, it's very important to struggle to address a very important issue, which is the need to end the impunity for international crimes and gross human rights violation. Putin has to face justice. Accountability should be there. Those people who committed war crimes should be tried in the International Criminal Court. And Putin is the first criminal that should be there. Dear sisters and brothers, the de-occupation of Crimea and other Ukrainian territories is not only a matter of restoring Ukrainians' territorial integrity, but also a crucial step toward justice and accountability. It is a reminder that violations of international law and human rights abuses should not go unpunished. Finally, once again, thank you all Ukrainian people for your great effort, for your great noble battle for your freedom. And believe me, that you are in the first line of the battle that will free all the world from dictators. So thank you a million times. Your freedom is our freedom. Your struggle is our struggle, and your victory is our victory. See you soon in Kiev. مع السلامة.
Я теж дякую пані Таваколі. Теж сподіваюся побачити.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Tavakoli, and we were also looking forward to have Natalia Oksana Dramatvichuk to take part in our event today. Unfortunately, she could not attend this meeting in person, but we have her video address. Please, can we have your attention to the screen?
It's a huge honor for me to address to this distinguished audience. I am a human rights lawyer, and I have been applying the law to defend people and human dignity for many years. Now I am in a situation when the law doesn't work. Russia started the war of aggression. Russia commits horrible atrocities against civilians. Russia deliberately exterminates indigenous people, Crimean Tatars, and the entire UN system cannot stop it. I have one question. How we people live in 21st century will defend the human beings, their lives, their freedom, and their dignity? Can we rely on the law, or does just brutal force matter? It's important to understand that only for people in Ukraine, Iran, Syria, or Sudan. The answer to this question determines our common future, because it's not just a war between two states. This is a war between two systems of authoritarianism and democracy. And Russia started this war not in February 2022, but in February 2014, when Ukraine obtained a chance for the quick democratic transition after the collapse of the authoritarian regime due to revolution of dignity. And in order to stop us on this way, Putin started this war. Russia occupied Crimea, part of Lugansk and Donetsk regions, and last year extended this war to the large-scale invasion. Because Putin is not afraid of NATO, Putin is afraid of the idea of freedom. And in this war, Ukrainians are fighting for a freedom in all senses, for a freedom to be independent country, not Russian colony, for a freedom to be Ukrainians, and preserve Ukrainian identity, not to be forced to educate our children as Russians, and for a freedom to have our democratic choice, like a chance to build a country where the rights of everybody are protected, government is accountable, judiciary is independent, and police don't beat students who are peacefully demonstrating. We live in a very interconnected world, and we Ukrainians have to listen the stories of people from other countries as well. And this forum is a unique opportunity for this. We can be very far away from each other through geographical context, but we are very close in our values, because only spread of freedom make our world safer.
Це була Олександра Матвійчук.
This was Alexandra Matvichuk, and with that, I have the pleasure of inviting to the stage for a special address the leader of Crimean Tatar people, Mr. Mustafa Jamilov. Dear Mustafa, you're welcome.
Saygılı misafirlerimiz, Uluslararası Srimea Global konferansın değerli iştirakçıları. Zamanınızı ayırıp
Our dear guests, the participants of the International Conference Global Crimea, thank you for finding time, and despite the shelling and security concerns in Ukraine, you still arrived to Kyiv for the benefit of taking place in this conference. We also thank you all those who will take part in performance of this conference, but in the online format.
Konferansımızın esas maksadı bugünlerde devam ettirelim.
This conference is dedicated to the problem of searching solutions, how to stop this bloodshedding war of Russia against Ukraine.
Savaş bittikten sonra böyle olaylar
It
dünyada
has taken so many lives and still continues developing when we look at the battlefield, which is now trying a prerequisite of sustaining security in the rest of the world.
Ben artık 10. yıl işgal altında olan Kırım Yarımadası'nı kökenli halkın bir temsilcisiyim.
I'm one of the representatives of the indigenous people of Crimea, which is under occupation for 10 years. And the conference is called Srimea Global, and this is not a coincidence. This war, indeed, started from the occupation of Crimea by the Russian Federation in the end of February 2014. And the indigenous people of Crimea, the Crimean Tatar people, is the most persecuted by the occupiers and one of the biggest victims, one of the parties which suffered the most. It is because of this reason the organizers asked me to address you with the introductory remark. For many years, we've been hoping that we will manage to achieve the liberation of Crimea from the occupation through the peaceful and diplomatic path. We hoped that the global community would make the Russian Federation fulfill the resolution of the United Nations General Assembly, dated 27th of March 2014, demanding to immediately stop the aggression and to take the troops out of Crimea. It never happened. Moreover, 8 years after the occupation of Crimea, Russia has started a full-scale invasion into Ukraine and occupied new territories. Now, over 123,000 square kilometers of our territories are under the occupation. And this equals to the territories of Austria and Belgium multiplied by 2 and combined. The total number of people killed in this war, including the peaceful citizens of Ukrainians, is now in hundreds of thousands. Dozens of thousands, including children, are now disabled. Recently, I ended up with a severe cold to a famous Kiev hospital, the Feofania Hospital. And I was shocked by a huge number of the Ukrainian warriors who are getting treatment there, young people without limbs. Many hospitals in Ukraine are now filled with the victims of Russian bombardments. The rocket strikes of the aggressor country have destroyed thousands of residential buildings, destroyed and many valuable cultural heritage sites are destroyed, educational facilities, health facilities, religious buildings. Many countries in the world, first and foremost the Western countries, are now well aware that if the aggressor will not be defeated and punished for the crimes committed, instead the opposite, they would get a certain bonus for committing the crimes, the bonus in the form of new territorial acquisitions, and these would pose an essential threat to the whole international order. That is why they immediately started providing essential assistance to our country diplomatically through imposing economic sanctions to the aggressor country and supplying weapons to protect our country from the aggressor. We wholeheartedly appreciate these countries, and I pray the Almighty to give the well-being to the peoples of these nations. The number of countries who openly support the aggressor can be counted in the fingers of one hand. Unfortunately, many countries in the world still remain callous to our bloodshed, to the bloodshed on our soil. Some countries do not only not join the sanctions against the aggressor country, but they are trying also to extract some profits out of it. They try to sell their produce to the aggressor state at a higher price and to buy the natural resources cheaper. For example, one many million populated country after the full-scale aggression of February 24, 2022, and the Western sanctions against the aggressor has increased the purchase of Russian crude oil 19 times. Another country, which calls itself the Islamic Republic, in grave violation of all the norms of principle of Islam, is actively selling its strike drones to the aggressor, which Russia uses to destroy the infrastructure in our country and to kill our children.
Birleşmiş Devletler Teşkilatı'nın genel kurulunda neredeyse en yıl
Almost every year, the United Nations General Assembly, they discuss and they approve the resolutions on grave violations of human rights committed by Russia on the occupied territories. And first and foremost, it's about the indigenous people of Crimea. We talk about the kidnapping and killings of the representatives of the nation and terrible imprisonments for 20 years behind bars for just some saying, for the speech against the occupying regime or for storing the literature which the occupiers don't like. The political prisoners are kept in terrible conditions and with degrading treatment. Many countries at the United Nations General Assembly do not support the resolutions. They do not vote against, they just abstain during voting, and in this way they want to show that they are neutral with regards to the international crimes. Our president, of course, for diplomatic reasons, would never reproach or accuse other countries that they have not been helping our country to fight the cruel and cynical aggressor who cold-bloodedly observed how thousands and thousands of our citizens are killed and their children are deported to the occupied country so that they would be made so that they would forget their language and so that they would be Russified and forget the national culture and turned into the enemies of the state, so that the infrastructure would be destroyed. But I'm not a diplomat, and according to the upbringing which I received from my parents, I got used to always call things for what they are, regardless of the consequences for me. That is why I spent a great deal of my youth in Soviet prisons and gulag. And I never regretted that because I was following my moral duty. I defended human dignity, in the cruel fight against the Russian regime for its rights, the civic rights, first and foremost for the right to live in my motherland in Crimea, from which our nation has been totally deported and subjected to genocide in May 1944. Many of our compatriots went through Russian camps and prisons. I must say that in these years we have been fighting not just for in those years we've been fighting not just for our rights. In the court verdicts against the activists of the national movement of Crimean Tatars, there are accusations that they were protesting not only against the lawlessness towards the compatriots, but also that they were protesting against the occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1968, against the occupation of Afghanistan in 1979. They were supporting the legal demands of Japan to return the occupied islands of the Kuril Islands, and they were protesting against the use of Soviet psychiatry for the purpose of punishing. We were coming from this moral principle that fairness and justice, such as freedom, are indispensable. One can't only strive for justice for oneself and then make the conscience be silent when the justice for others is violated. We cannot just start calculating what you give me, I give you. So I would like that in the discussions, the political leaders would be guided first and foremost not by the economic considerations or mercantile interests, but through this feeling of justice and responsibility for international law. And I really hope that in the course of this forum, in these days, you would help find ways to dispel the lying Russian propaganda about this war, and you would bring the day of just peace on the basis of the 10-point peace formula proclaimed by the President of Ukraine and supported by many countries of the world closer to us. I also hope that my last dream to be buried in the soul in the land of my fathers will come true. I would like to thank you once again for the participation in the conference.
Дякую, пане Мустафа.
Thank you, Mustafa. Now, this was an important welcoming remark, and now on behalf of the organizers, I would like to announce a short break until 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, we start the first discussion panel, moderated by Olga Ivazovska, and we will talk about sustainable peace. So now you have time to have some tea or coffee, and at 11 sharp, we start again in this hall. Thank you.
Mr. Mills, hello.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
Yes, good morning. I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, good. Thank you very much.
So,
to find the right solutions for Ukrainian sustainable peace. My name is Olga Ivazovska. I have an honor to be moderator of this panel. And I believe that a peace plan for Ukraine is important for everyone, because we will speak not just about Ukraine, but about global perspective and expertise of those great experts which will be speaking from this point of view. So I want to invite all of the colleagues. First of all, Igor Zhovkva. He is the deputy head of the Office of President of Ukraine. Please join us. And Catalina Gomez. She's journalist. She's very great friend of Ukraine. And I have to speak honestly that she is eyewitness of war crime in Ukraine. That's why her perspective is very important when we will speak about justice, accountability, and others. Dr. Omar Ashur, as you see, he is a great friend of Ukraine because he has more Ukrainian t-shirts than me. Please join us. Paulina Astroza from Chile, please join us. She is a lawyer. She has a great expertise about international law and diplomacy, and I believe this expertise will be very important for all of us. And Dr. Dino Pati Jalal from Indonesia, please, very experienced diplomat and now one of the think tanker. So I have an honor to start this panel from the keynote speaker, because we need to jump from our vision about peace and plans and formulas from the perspective of President of Ukraine and Ukraine as a state, which already published somehow this information for public, sorry for the gaming of the words, but it's very important to know what is the vision of Ukraine and to use it for the development of other plans for those who are going to support Ukraine to stop aggression and those who are interested to stop double standards for a post-Second World War world. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Olga. Thank you, everyone. First of all, really a very timely and important event, and event which unites so many countries of the Global South. I don't know if you like this notion of Global South, because some countries were telling me this is a little bit, awkward. We call it Global South because we have this notion. I mean, if we can today maybe invent some other notion, that would be great. That would be intellectual input. But really, thank you for having me here, and thank you for having this event today in Kyiv. This is very important in the midst of the Russian aggression, which unfortunately is still going on, and we're successfully fighting this aggression. We are talking today with you about the peace formula. Tamila, many thanks for having this event organized. Let me start with reminding you that exactly a year ago, or almost a year ago, in November, during the G20 summit, my president announced this initiative of Ukraine in Indonesia, in Bali, during this summit. And by that time, I think the reaction of international community was, well, it's another initiative from Ukraine. Who knows what will happen? And there was widespread national narrative by that time that this is Russia which wants peace and Ukraine wants to fight, as if Ukrainian people want to die. But by presenting this initiative, my president clearly showed, and is showing it today, that Ukrainian people, is the first nation who wants peace. But peace in Ukraine, but not on the Russian conditions. And the Russian conditions were very simple. Let's immediately stop fire. Let's introduce the ceasefire regime. Let's freeze the conflict for a certain period of time, because we need some break. We're exhausted. We didn't achieve the goals which we were planning, to conquer Kyiv throughout 3 days, to capture half of Ukraine throughout 1 month. So we need a pause. Winter is coming. Let's have a pause. Let's have ceasefire. Let's fix the reality, like they told. And the reality is that they captured some parts of Ukrainian territory. though by that time, by November, we managed to deliberate a significant part of the territory that they captured after 24th of February. But let's make a pause, have some agreement, and then what will happen in 1 year and 1.5 years, they will regroup, they will have another 10 waves of mobilization, and they will renew the aggression. That was their plan. And unfortunately, this narrative was sometimes widely supported, also in some countries of Global South, some Latin American countries, in some Asian countries, and some African countries. But when my president appeared with this peace formula, he was absolutely serious, and we started to explain to the nation what it is about. That this peace formula is about one very simple but important thing. If we want to defeat Russia, we are doing this on the battlefield successfully, but we also have to deprive Russia of instruments of aggression in other areas than only on the battlefield. You certainly know these points of peace formula. I will not remind you all 10 of them, but let's take one of the most important of them, including for the countries of Global South. Let's take item number 2, which is about food security. What is happening after Russian aggression in this field? Russia has blocked, from the beginning of open aggression, the Ukrainian ports. 3 major Ukrainian ports, as well as the other ports, but 3 major Ukrainian ports were providing grain to the countries of the Global South, including some countries in Africa, in Asia. They blocked, then they renewed for a year, and we managed to export 32 million tons of grain, and now they again deported themselves from the initiative, and now they thought the ports would also be blocked. We created another alternative routes, and now the Ukrainian grain is coming again. What is this if not the aggression in the global area of food security? When Russia only decides which ports to block, which grain to sell, they are still Ukrainian grain on the occupied territories and selling them to the outside market as Russian grain. So we suggested in this item number 2, Russia has to deblock Ukrainian ports once and for all. Russia has to have the free movement of cargo vessels in the Black Sea and in the Azov Sea, and let's unite our efforts together. And you know, I remember when my president was participating in the summit of League of Arab States in Jeddah, and there were 22 leaders listening to him and then reacting to his speech. And each and every leader was telling, yes, we suffer from the consequences of Russian aggression in the food security area. Well, let's take, for instance, item number 1, which is about nuclear safety. It's not only about nuclear weapon, and it's very clear that, I quote in the words of Xi Jinping, which he told to my president, not a single nuclear state can or should or will blackmail or threaten with the use of nuclear weapon to the non-nuclear state, which is Ukraine, by the way. But it's also about the nuclear energy. It's about blocking by Russia the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, which is Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and the 3rd largest in the world. 6 power units are blocked already by almost a year and a half by Russian soldiers. And Ukrainian operators are working under the big pressure, while their children being kidnapped, their wives being abused, and this is happening in the middle of Europe, and no one can do anything with this. IAEA is sending some missions which are useless, sorry for this, and it is happening. Can you tell me about any other nuclear power plant being operated under the guns of foreign soldiers? So that's why we included in the item number 1, you should deblock, you should make non-military zone the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia. A nuclear state should not blackmail any state, because Russia is not the only nuclear state. Imagine what happens if all the nuclear states will be blackmailing the rest of the world. Or take the item number 8, which is about environmental security. And here, where Russia has also has its instruments of aggression. I'm not only talking about the heavily mined areas of Ukraine. Now, almost half of Ukraine is heavily mined, and we will need more than 30 years to demine the land, the river Dnipro, the Black Sea, and Black Sea is common for many states. It's not only Russia who borders the Black Sea. So I'm giving you the examples of the things which can be done collectively. And that's why for us was very important to attract to this peace formula, not only European and Euro-Atlantic states, and we managed to succeed it practically immediately, but the countries of Global South, the countries coming from Latin America, the countries coming from Africa, the countries coming from Asian region. And a year has passed, we managed to achieve the global unity around this peace formula. We are working in several dimensions in implementing this peace formula. Dimension number one is the level of ambassadors here, local ambassadors in Kyiv, who are getting together to the meetings headed by Chief of Staff of my president, Mr. Andriy Yermak, to discuss each and every point, to discuss what will be the action plan in each and every point, how this action plan, how this point should be implemented. And we now managed to make 9 meetings of.
І тепер нам вдалося провести уже 8 засідань подібного роду, і під час крайньої із них, коли мова йшла про приведення до відповідальності, про настання справедливості, про міжнародний трибунал і замороження.
I'm working for the restoration of Ukraine, a difficult point. Probably not all the countries of the Global South will agree to work on this point, but during this meeting, there was 76 ambassadors and representatives of the local embassy present. Some of them we are just listening, but some of them they're raising their hands and suggesting the ways how to do this. Because we should already think now about establishing the international tribunal to bring this ruling troika to justice. Not only President Putin, by the way, but also his foreign ministers and other guys who are responsible for for the crime of all crimes, for the crime of aggression. And about freezing of Russian assets, we should think already now. 300 billions of Russian money are frozen among the G7 countries, but no one still knows about the mechanism, how to use them in order to restore the economy of Ukraine, in order to repay the damage which Russia made. But several days ago, when my president was in Belgium, Belgium introduced a mechanism how to already start to use this money by using the taxes, taxating the proceeds of these frozen assets. So the world is moving in this regard. So this is level number one, ambassadorial meetings here in Kyiv. Level number two is the meeting of national security advisors of the leaders of the states. We had 2 meetings of the kind. First was in Copenhagen, Denmark, where we got together 15 national security advisors, including the NSAs from such countries as Brazil, Saudi Arabia, India, South Africa. So they were together with their colleagues from the European countries, and the day of this meeting was very exciting, because all of the world was watching that day how Prigozhin made his mutiny in Russia and whether he will manage to achieve Moscow or not. And at the same time, 15 NSAs were talking together in Copenhagen about how to bring peace to Ukraine according to civilized rules and conditions, not according to Russian conditions. During the next NSA meeting in Jeddah, in Saudi Arabia, we already had 42 countries participating, again, on the level of the NSA. By that time, Saudi Arabia brought all the Gulf states. We had such Latin American countries as Argentina, Brasilia, and Chile. We had several Asian countries, and we had a representative of China. First time, the special plenipotentiary of President Xi Jinping was there, and he was talking, and he was giving the position of China. He was suggesting some ideas of China. You know, China has its thoughts about how to bring peace in Ukraine. We can discuss any thought. We can discuss any suggestion. But the idea is the only formula to bring peace should be of Ukrainian origin. taken into account the inputs from other states, but the war is going on the territory of Ukraine. And you cannot bring here Brazilian peace formula, South Africa peace formula, or Chinese peace formula. But what we can do is to take the best of their suggestions. So once again, when China says no single state, nuclear state has to blackmail non-nuclear state, we certainly bring this to the loop. Or when China says about the necessity to have the territorial integrity of any state, this is item number 5 of peace formula, to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. We are also including this. By the way, in this item number 5, one of the Latin American countries is participating as a co-leader, Guatemala, a state in the Caribbean region, but who is very active already now vis-a-vis the developments in Ukraine, as well as some other Latin American countries. Chile is very active. My president had a very important meeting with the president of Chile in New York during the ANGA, and we were talking, among others, about peace formula of Ukraine. Now they are preparing the third meeting of the NSAs. We are thinking about the country. We want it to be in one of the global South countries, maybe in Africa, maybe in Latin America, why not? So if you have any suggestions today how to include your countries in the loop, please don't hesitate. And the utmost goal for this year is to have the Global Peace Formula Summit as a start of the process, as a beginning, an inauguration summit, we call it. But at this summit should get together the leaders of the states. And that would be level number 3, when leaders will start this process of depriving Russia of instruments of aggression in other areas. And we're still hoping that it is possible to hold this summit as soon as possible in order to start the final defeat of Russia. Because imagine if more than 70 countries would get together, and we'll talk about Ukraine's peace formula, including such countries as China, India, Brazil, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, with respect to other countries, but I'm naming these countries to whom Russia is listening, let's be honest. They are trying to enlarge BRICS, they are trying to make some geopolitical moves, but I think the world is moving closer and closer to understanding that this country has just made an uncivilized step. When my president talking to President Lula or to Xi Jinping or to Prime Minister Modi, not a single person of them supports Russian aggression. But all of them are saying that this aggression has severe aftermaths and results, and their results are not good for the international community. Yes, not all of them can now say or demand the withdrawal of Russian troops from the territory of Ukraine, which is also, by the way, one of the items of the peace formula. But if China or India or Brazil will share 1 or 2 points of this peace formula, will work together with other nations to implement these points, that will be a success. I will probably stop on this because I can talk hours about this formula. Thank you for being here. I'm ready for the fruitful discussion further on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhokwa. And please stay with us till the end because we need follow-up from your side and other participants after all of these speeches. And I have to highlight that not only President has the plan. So Ukrainian civil society has the plan, which is not controversial at all from presidential, but we are thinking on the longer perspective. It's not just about current war, it's about how to stop the next stage of the war against Ukraine. Because Ukrainian civil society did lessons learned from the history, and we saw that during 200 years, Russia were involved or were aggressive side and organized near 50 wars. So it means that Russia will fight all the time against neighbors, and if we will not protect ourselves, international law, and will not build this capacity to speak globally about sustainability of each piece, it will just useless for the next generation of Ukrainians. My son is the 4th generation in my family which is suffering because of Moscow. My grandmother and grandfather spent 20 years in prisons during USSR period. This is not the best time how to think about future when if the war will ongoing for more than 4 years, not only my husband and his brother will be in army, my son will be soldier. So it's not okay for all of us. That's why we have to think not just about next year, but about next generation of Ukrainians which deserve to live in peace. That's why Ukrainian civil society developed this document. We named it Sustainable Peace Manifesto, Never Again 2.0. You know that after the Second World War, many actors, global actors, said, never again. We will not have again this huge, big war everywhere and in Europe. But it's happening already. And it means that all of us are living in a very dangerous period if we will not protect those rules which were developed after the Second World War. Next war will happen for sure, not only in Europe but everywhere, because each inch of your borders will not be protected by international organization, by international legislation, by international agreements after a huge war. That's why our plan looks like perspective for a longer period, and we are thinking about justice, accountability. Russia is organizing genocide war against Ukraine, and this is not just about now. Almost 100 years ago, Ukrainian population lost 10 million of Ukrainians because 4 million were killed through organized by Moscow famine in Ukraine, and 6 million were not born because of famine in Ukraine. Now we are losing our capacity and human resources. More than 7 million of Ukrainians are living abroad, and our lives are not endless. That's why we need to protect sustainability of peace now. Without justice, war will not end for Ukrainian new generation of citizens. Next point, it's about compensation. What damage Russia did in Ukraine. For sure, $300 billion will be enough to win the war, will be enough to have enough military equipment to win the war and to liberate the territories, to protect the sky and to protect civilians. We are now in more or less secured space, but you have to know that each of Ukrainians are waiting for massive attacks from Russia. During the last 2 weeks, we didn't have alarm in Kyiv just because Russia is joining all capacity to organize massive attacks against civilian infrastructure. And each of these infrastructure, buildings, schools, medical institutions, has to be rebuilt not just through our partners' support resources and taxpayers' money, but through frozen assets, confiscation assets, which will help to recover Ukraine because of Ukrainian plan. Isolation of Russia and decreasing of their capacity to have influence in international organization. We have to speak that we need to reform UN. Unfortunately, it's about participation of other states in National Security Council. Let's speak honestly. We need to have wider family there, not just few states. And it's about OSCE for our region. Everything just blocked because of Russia violating rationalism. If you have conflict of interest with this topic, you can't be a part of so-called consensus. That's why it's deadlock for everything. And we have to speak that strategy for exit, or exit strategy for Russia from Ukraine, is a part of our dream. Because Russian influence here is so big that we will be in danger because of Russia's influence on economy, financial resources, landscape, political landscape. This is very dangerous for next generation of politicians. And another block, it's about security guarantees for the longer period. We have to speak that EU and NATO membership Ukraine to protect not only ourselves, but to build sustainability of the peace in Europe, for sure. And I know that many of those who are living so far from Ukraine, it's not top priority. But if we will build sustainability here, it will help to have case study for others. And there are other things as decolonization of Russian history, as overcoming the past decolonization of Russian influence into diplomacy, not only global diplomacy, but Western diplomacy. And this is a problem for sure, that we need to think for centuries from this point of view if we are speaking about next century without big wars. Unfortunately, Russia repeats the 20th century warfare, but we have to stop here. And thank you for Parliamentary Assembly Council of Europe, which admitted a few days ago that Russia did genocide 100 years ago in Ukraine, because this historical truth is very important too. To know who were bad guys, who were good guys, and how to protect the future generation from these tools. And I have a great speakers on my panel here offline. Thank you that you are visiting Ukraine. I hope that yesterday's experience to visit Kievska Oblast helped you just to imagine what was happening more than a year ago there. But I hope that you will not see what our distinguished guest, Catalina Gomez, saw this summer. Unfortunately, she is eyewitness of war crime which Russia did in Kramatorsk, Donetsk Oblast. Our colleague, very well-known writer, was killed because of Russian massive attack. And Catalina, as representative of journalism, which providing and spread truth through the world about crisis, about wars, about aggression, and I'm speaking about different topics like Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and so on and so forth. She is speaking about truth for French audience, Spanish-speaking audience, but after the 24th of February last year, she was visiting not once Ukraine, and unfortunately, she has to spread the story which happened with her in Kramatorsk. But my question is very general for you. First of all, how journalism can help us to spread the truth? And the second one, how to help Ukraine to share the truth for those audience which are not so much aware about history of Ukraine or about history of relationship of Ukraine with Russia.
Thank you for inviting me here in this scenario. I am in the field covering what is happening, especially in the most difficult places of this country, but because what you are seeing today here in Kiev with this beautiful day is not the reality that you see in many other places of Ukraine where people are being target of these Russian attacks and thousands of soldiers protecting this country in a very difficult front lines. And this is it, basically you are asking with this, the role of journalism. And I think Ukraine, as in many other countries I have seen in my life, is you have seen so many journalists since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, coming to this country to tell the story, and to report about this invasion from Russia and to report about these war crimes. And as has been amazing this fall, and I think thanks to journalists, we have managed to tell this story not about what politicians, I'm sorry, are saying, it's what people are confronting and suffering in the front lines. That the situation is always very difficult. Not just we are confronting the soldiers, but the civilians who are living in these areas and civilians that are victims of these war crimes, as you saw yesterday when you visit Bucha Irpin. But we have seen that if you go to Kherson these days, you could see even if the city was liberated and retaken almost 1 year ago, you have to see the conditions where these people live under attack all the time. Then what is the job of journalism? Our job is to go to these places and to talk to people, to understand really which is the real face of these aggressions, call it Russian aggressions or other kind of aggressions in other countries. And I really feel honored to be able to be witness of the, not just the bravery, as we have said before, about the Ukrainians defending the country, but something that we journalists has been really talking about during these how many months? I already lost 20 months, 21 months. It's about the solidarity and the unity of the Ukrainian society. That's, for me, it's something that we, the world, have to learn from them. And as a Colombian, thinking about what to talk about here, I was remembering when Colombia finally have this peace agreement in 2016, we brought this agreement to be in a referendum in the society. And I don't know if you all remember, but 50.2% of the society of Colombia voted no. And it was very shocking for Colombians to understand that part of the society, half of the society, was saying no to peace. There is not a perfect peace, and we know, all of us. But also, to live in peace is much better than to live in war. But this is what always have amazed me as a journalist, what I have seen. It's a complicated country, it's a very big country. There is a corruption, of course, which other countries, which all our countries have corruption. There is problems with the institutions, there is bureaucracy, there are divisions, but the country has remained united. And not just united, has mobilized to help people in a really amazing way. And this is what, as a journalist, I think we have been trying to tell the world. I don't know, and I guess the message has been sent in many countries of the world, but of course, we are also fighting with something that is very, very strong, and is, especially in our countries, I'm saying about Latin America especially, Russian propaganda is very, very strong. And of course, in our societies, there is a big, big mistrust. People don't trust in the United States for many reasons around the history. I'm not saying about all the population, but there is a big population that they don't trust. And luckily, when people don't trust something, they go to the opposite side. Then, as a journalist, it has been difficult for us to fight against that. Not to fight, we are just talking about the truth. They are not talking, the misinformation, they are not talking about the truth, but it's, as Maria Ressa, the Nobel Peace Prize says, misinformation travels 6 times faster than truth. This is a problem. Then, just leave it here, is what we journalists have tried to do, but it's not easy to fight with this misinformation.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. And I have to add one very short question about Colombian experience of this peace deal process. We had already one in Ukraine, and we lost. We lost the chance, not lost the chance to have a peace on the Russian scenario based. We lost the chance to stop the war for 100%. But Ukraine won the time for preparation, because everyone knew in Ukraine that next stage of aggression will happen. We are alone in our history, and we know Russians better than anyone else. But Colombia has its own experience, and this peace deal was not supported by majority of society. What was the main gap from the authority side? Why the peace deal was not supported by society? We are speaking about Colombian case, which was not geopolitical or international war, but it's about future in society, which is very important for each of us.
There were many factors at the moment. Of course, they were part of the political groups of Colombia that they were not supporting the peace process because they were not doing the peace process by themselves. Also, there was a big play with misinformation. They play a big role at the moment that the peace agreement plan was going to be signed in order to convince people of things that were not really even in the agreement, but people would not take the time to read it. And they create fear about what will happen and what was the role in the society that these guys who were the enemies and they were killing, doing massacres, kidnaps, and they really make the Colombian people's life impossible for years, how they will let these people to come back to the society, to be part of the society, and even to have a political role. I think the years has shown that nothing happened. They come back, they don't have really real power in the government institutions. They even lost power and voice, and of course, with a lot of problems and a lot of problems for the implementation of the peace process, because this is a challenge, you know. It's not about singing the process, it's about how implementing this peace process. And I was, the other day there were some statistics. I think in Colombia there were 6 points of the peace process, not 10. 28% of these points and that has been implemented, but there are 35% of these points that just starting, and 19% of these are not even started. But this peace process is thinking in 15 years. Still, we have process time to go. But the important thing about this peace process is that we really managed to enter a new stage, a new moment in the life of Colombia as a political country and as in the social statements, with a lot of problems, because the war in Colombia in another ways continues. We are far away to be a peaceful country, but this war, that was our main war between this biggest statement that was FARC with the Colombian society and the army, at least in the context we used to know, is finished. And war is always a possibility to make changes in the society and the political sphere to be a better society. And I always say that about Ukraine. I think you are having a lot of process inside of your country in this moment to be a better society in the future. Colombia has many things to learn, but I think when you look back, I think we did a good step when we signed this nuclear agreement. And I think many people will agree with me at this moment.
Thank you, Catalina. Of course, again, it's not the same type of the conflict. We have geopolitical conflict already, and it's international war for sure, but we need to learn from each other. I had very interesting study visit to Northern Ireland history, and what I learned from them, that first of all, we need trust, talk, truth, and time. So, and each of us have some capacity to provide this support. Like journalists can provide truth, diplomats can provide trust, but we need to be competitive with big players. And I want to give a floor to our distinguished guest, Dr. Omar Ashur. He's professor of security and military studies at the Doha Institute of Graduate Studies, the director of strategic studies unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy. And I want to highlight that you have an experience to be a senior consultant on security sector reform, counter-terrorism, and de-radicalization issues for United Nations. And Omar, for sure, have some thoughts about some parallels, how Russia is fighting in Ukraine, how Russia is using warfare, because he did many researches about ISIS. And as I heard from him some days ago, that there are many parallels. That's why the floor is yours. Please help us to understand how to stop Russia, how to give right announcement about their warfare activity, and first of all about society in Russia, which is supporting war against Ukraine for sure. how to be with them in a far, far future.
No. Yes, excellent. First, thank you so much, Olha, and thank you for the kind invitation. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here in Kyiv. And I have to stress one thing, that Russia has already strategically lost this war. And one of the evidences is this conference. We're here, we're talking about the liberation of Crimea. I already got invitations in Simferopol, in Sevastopol, in Yalta, so I'm looking forward to that. And I'm holding everybody who promised me dinners there. So that's the first thing. The entire force that attacked Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022 is decimated. We're talking about somewhere between 200,000 to 300,000 casualties on the Russian side. So we're talking about the force between dead, injured, POWs, and just some people who just left the army and desisted. So this is one on the strategic level. The second on the operational and tactical, I will talk about that. But very briefly to answer Olha's question, the war here is going to be a long war. It's already a long war. Started 20th of February 2014, so it's already a long war. We're entering almost the period of 10 years. But any war in terms of victory has some conditions. And the conditions has to do, one, with will and intent. Ukraine has it in terms of the will and in terms of the intent. And I have been saying this in the 25th of February 2022 in the first interview I got about this war with the BBC. Some people were estimating that in 72 hours, some senior officials were estimating in 72 hours Kyiv will fall. But there were a few analysts and officials who were saying, who were looking at what happened in Ukraine, whether with the people or with the political leadership or with the military specifically, between 2014 and 2022. And that transformation was very important to understand that Ukraine this time will resist and eventually will be victorious. So you need the will and the intent, and this is there. I don't have to stress it more in terms of bravery, in terms of moral force, in terms of unit cohesion on the military level, but also on the societal resilience level. You need the capability and the capacity. The capability and the capacity has been amazing in many ways, in terms of you don't realize what you've done. You know, as military experts from outside, we kind of realize what you've done. And it's sort of a miracle to generate more than 12 brigades out of mobilized civilians while war fighting a very strong enemy. You're not fighting the armies like in the Middle East, the Syrian army or the Egyptian army. You're fighting the Russian army, a nuclear power with the second, allegedly the second, between quotations, strongest army in the world before the war. And now you made it the second strongest army in Ukraine after the war. So a major capacity in terms of generating force, generating new brigades out of mobilized civilians, and making these civilians, via training and equipping, conduct a very complex combined arms offensive maneuver against a very well-trenched enemy. And I was speaking with some of the soldiers yesterday from the 47th Brigade and from other brigades, and what they have done is miraculous by military terms. And continuing to do this, continuing to getting proper capabilities, and that has to do with strengthening your friendships and your allies, whether in the West or in the so-called global South, between quotations. Strengthening these will ensure the sustainability of such military capability, but also capacity. And capacity, as I support totally the peace plan of Ukraine civil society and the government, because in terms of capacity, you need the two N words, NATO and nukes. So joining NATO will ensure a security guarantee because allies are defended, partners are supported, allies are defended, as we say. In terms of the nuclear armament, shall we say, that's an issue to be discussed, but at one point Ukraine had them and they turned them over in the Budapest 1994 security assurances in terms of for the security assurances, or in exchange for security assurances, and this did not go well. The third issue in terms of capacity and capability is the conventional capacity, and that has been quite building up. Ukraine probably will end up with being the largest army in Eastern Europe, if not in Europe, and one of the most experienced ones. So in that sense, NATO needs it as well as Ukraine needs NATO, but NATO probably needs it a lot as well. The third issue that I need to say that has to do with the Russian internal. So we know that sometimes wars, as opposed to what people say, not usually ends in talks. We have statistics that shows the last 63 interstate war between 1946 and 2005, only 16% ended with peace agreements. And out of these 16%, about 1/3 have collapsed. So you sign the peace agreement and collapse. You have experience with that in Minsk 1 and Minsk 2. Olha was a witness to some of this, a first-hand witness. So not all wars end in peace agreements. Many wars end either in some form of a military victory, decisive military victory, or some sort of an unnegotiated armistice. You have the Korean War has been going like that since 1953. The Arab-Israeli War until 1979, it was an unnegotiated ceasefire that breaks out every now and then with a new war. And in that sense, you will need to sustain your defensive capacities on one end, but on the other end, that political will to stop the war can end up within Russia by what we call the 3 Ps. Part of the strategic communication / propaganda that affects the public opinion, that affects the politics. But that has to do as well a lot with the capabilities and the capacities to launch a new war. So these capabilities and capacities needs to be continued, undermined on the battlefield. So the battlefield will have the first say. On the issue of how ISIS fights. So I was looking at, I authored a book called How ISIS Fights, basically, and then I authored an article that will turn into a study on how Putin's army fights like ISIS in Ukraine between 2014 and 2022. And the similarities are quite staggering, because I was looking at how ISIS, to put it in a very micro sense, how ISIS controlled Raqqa city in Syria in 2013, and how Putin did that Putin's army did that in Crimea. So you see the parallels are quite staggering. A series of infiltrations of the senior ranks, a series of false front organizations that pretend to be civilian, but they're not really civilians. They are intelligence fronts and militias. A series of assassinations and kidnappings that happened. And then securing all that after destabilizing the society, and a series of propaganda and psychological warfare. And after destabilizing the society enough, you move the troops, you move the muscles just to secure the victory, between quotations. Not to attain the victory, so the largest air assault and amphibious in the history of Europe before 2022, that happened in Crimea in 2014, post-World War II, of course. That largest amphibious and airborne assault did not happen except to secure the victory, not to attain it, really. So this is pretty much how ISIS fights. You destabilize, and then you send they don't have amphibious ops or airborne. They have, technicals and trucks, so they send their technicals and the trucks to secure the victory with the numbers and the muscles. But also, it gets more than that. The IAD operations that were happening, we forgot, or people tend to forget, that between 2014 and 2015, the Russian-led forces in the Donbass used more than 600 times improvised explosive devices in terms of vehicle-borne ones, so car bombs, in terms of remote-controlled ones, so RISIDs. And this is also, later on in 2022, used these IEDs to cover the retrograds, so left over 18,000 of them in Kyiv Oblast, according to the Ukrainian government. Many of this was to cover their retreats, the retrogrades, and they left them in places where had no military value whatsoever, including children parks and people's homes, ovens and kitchens and so on. A very ISIS way to fight as well. Add to that the abuse of religion. Rather than using religion to be a force for peace or a force for stability and humanity, so supporting human actions or humanitarian actions, Russia used it in a way to bless the weapons. So you have the head of the Russian Orthodox Church blessing the head of the Rosgvardia, giving him icons, religious icons to bless the assault on Ukraine. But also using this also in areas such as the Russian installed authorities in Chechnya, also using religious narrative to mobilize against Ukraine. So abusing religion for mobilization, for retention, for rotation, also a very ISIS way to fight. Add to that finally the weaponization of sexual assault and of rape, and all of what I mentioned before are crimes against humanity and war crimes that should be conducted, whether it's done by a non-state or, in this case, a state actor. Final point, because there are lots of lessons to learn from Colombia. So I worked on collective de-radicalization, meaning transition from a violent extremist militia to a political party or a non-political social movement. Ukraine will liberate the Donbass eventually. And you will have to deal with teenagers and young men who were subjected to Russian propaganda and Russian brainwashing. Some of them may have assisted or collaborated with entities such as the LNR or the DNR. And those young men and teenagers will have to go through a process of collective de-radicalization. It's a process and it's a program. The Middle East, from Algeria to Iraq, has a lot of experience with that. Colombia has a lot of experience in that. But there is a difference between what happened with the Colombians. The comparative would be Cuba, who supported some of the left-wing militias for a long time, actually negotiated the peace deal. So the peace deal was signed in Havana, Cuba. So this would be like something like the Russia is pressuring the LNR and the DNR to calm down, put down the weapons, and reintegrate into the civilian society. And this did not happen yet. The other thing is that I think it's very difficult here to accept the LNR and the DNR or other militias into the parliament. Colombia had to do that. They lost the election 0.38%, so almost nothing. They just were given 5 seats in the Senate and 5 seats in the lower house. But then they became parliamentary with immunity and everything. So also it's very difficult to do that. But also to support the statistics, part of this peace deal has collapsed partially. So many of them took up arms again. So again, your security guarantees and your defense guarantees are the most important. And to attain that effectiveness, that level of military effectiveness and security effectiveness, you need the support of the government and above all, the support of the people. I have no doubts about Ukrainian victory in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omar. And we need to ask to do more lectures from you in the future. So thank you. And our next speaker is Paulina Ostroza, Director of the Center of European Studies at Universitat de Concepción. And she wanted to speak about a vision of Ukraine and a Russian war in Ukraine from the perspective of Latin America. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to me to be here. I come from Concepción, Chile, 500 kilometers of Santiago, the capital of country. Then my trip was very, very long, but I felt like I should be here today. Then thank you very much. I will try to explain in my presentation the position of Latin American countries. The Ukrainian war is not an isolated event, but rather it affects all actors on the international stage. From Latin America, the war has impacted us indirectly, since it has questioned a fundamental basis of international system, a structure based on rules and respect for the principle of international law. However, This questioning of the international system did not start with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but instead with the event that happened in 2014, especially with Crimea annexation by Moscow. This unilateral decision by Vladimir Putin comes from the intervention and promotion of the conflict in several parts of the country after Euromaidan. When this happened, the unilateral decision of annexes was not recognized by Ukraine, which considered that it illegitimate and against international law. This event was a topic of debate on international scale due to the risks present to international security and international legal order. In fact, it had not only an impact on the protection of sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine, but also several other countries, such as Georgia or Moldova. It constituted a violation of international humanitarian law, as the residents are facing systematic restrictions to their fundamental freedoms. As I said before, Latin American countries are indirectly impacted by all situations leading to the violation of international legal order, and they are not strange to it. Yet their positions have varied from uncomfortable silence to open condemnation of the event in this side of the world. As an example, Chile positioned itself against the referendum about the political status of Crimea in 2014 by declaring that the referendum was celebrating in violation of the Ukrainian constitution. Chile was not the only Latin American country to oppose this referendum. Indeed, the resolution, territorial integrity of Ukraine, from the General Assembly concerning the commitment of the United Nations to recognize Crimea as part of Ukraine, set its opposition to the referendum. Latin American countries such as Costa Rica, Colombia, Guatemala, Haiti, Peru, etc., supported this resolution by voting in favor. Yet, on the other hand, Bolivia, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, etc., voted against the resolution. And Brazil, Argentina, El Salvador, Uruguay, etc., abstained from voting. After that, the annexation of Crimea devolved into the Donbas War, which was the object of different attempts for peace that did not succeed. Indeed, both Minsk agreement staged a fragile and difficult peace, but were constantly transgressed and ended in the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Since the start of the war, the General Assembly of the United Nations has given the opportunity to countries all over the world to manifest themselves about the situation by voting. Indeed, the resolution, Aggression Against Ukraine, demands that all military force be withdrawn from the territory of Ukraine. The resolution was adopted with a total of 141 votes in favor and 5 against. Regarding Latin American countries, most of them were in open condemnation of the war, such as Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Brazil, Honduras, Peru, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Haiti, among others. In comparison 2 years before. However, Nicaragua and El Salvador voted against it. On the other hand, the resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukrainians, demanded the Russian Federation to immediately end illegal use of force in Ukraine and to withdraw all troops. It was overwhelmingly adopted by the General Assembly, with 143 countries voting in favor, 5 against, and 35 abstentions. The participation of Latin American countries stood the same. Most of them, such as Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, etc., voted in favor, while Nicaragua voted against the resolution, explained by the historical ties between Managua and Moscow. In the same line, several Latin American countries support the International Criminal Court arrest warrants by Vladimir Putin and Maria Bobabelova for investigation war crimes, crime against humanity, and genocide. The Latin American position against the illegal war was reinforced by the European Union and CELAC. CELAC is a Latin American and Caribbean states community that was celebrated in July 2023. Indeed, one of the thematics developed in this bi-regional association was peace and war security. The association, European Union, CELAC, wants to promote stability and peace in the world according to the international law principles such as equal sovereignty of all states, respect of their territorial integrity and political independence, and the settlement of controversies and peaceful means and in accordance with justice and international law. It's also demands to stop of human suffering caused by the war, as well as the economic problems coming from and affecting on international scale. The association also expressed its support to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which specifically allows commercial export of food and fertilizers from Ukraine. Nicaragua didn't sign this statement. The illegal war must end and peace must return, because it's not only affects Ukraine and the Russian Federation people, but it affects the international legal order and international security as well. Regarding Latin American countries, they are confronting this situation by respecting international law and condemning the illegality of the war, as well as the violation of human rights. As such, peace must be established, but not at any cost. It must be sustained by respect to international law, respect to human rights, justice to the victim, and to advancement of international governance to prevent these conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paulina, and for your solidarity, the solidarity of your country, Colombia, and others who are supporting us in UN. It's very important to know that all of these votes are not symbolic for Ukraine. And we are watching cautiously what is happening there. And trust me, it's very close to our hearts when we see that countries which want to be democratic, societies which want to participate on the management of its own states are on our side. Please continue. And my next speaker, distinguished speaker, is Dr. Dinapati Jalal. He is chairman of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, and he has a great experience and expertise in diplomacy. He was serving as diplomat many years, and now he's a researcher, and he wrote books about leadership. So I have a very quick question to you, but I believe this is a very big topic about leadership in a world where, unfortunately, diplomacy and international law doesn't work good enough because we have new war, not only here, but in other continents. How to be with that? How to form a right formula through different tools like military, diplomacy, negotiation, and so on for having sustainable peace?
Thank you, and I'm very pleased to be here in Kyiv, my first time ever. And I want to say that, look, Ukraine has been inspiring to my organization and many people. I've told university students in Indonesia and think tanks that how Ukraine fights to preserve its independence, to protect its sovereignty, and to keep its national unity and territorial integrity is something to be learned by all diplomats, by all government officials. So I hope you know that we are all inspired by you, and I hope you serve as a lesson that the will for the will to be free is a much powerful force than the will to conquer. So having said that, I want to make a few comments. I know Igor is here, and I listened very carefully to your comments about Ukraine and the Global South. And I very much appreciate Ukraine's efforts to engage the Global South, because in the beginning, I was a bit worried, to be honest, because it was seen too much after Russia's invasion. It was seen too much as a military warfare between the West, yeah, Ukraine and West, and Russia, right? You know, that's not the right picture. And I'm glad now he's trying to engage Global South, and I'll tell you why Global South is important. It's important because first, when we talk about Global South, we're talking about non-Western countries who are developing world, right? And the majority of the world is that, right? And it is important because if you want to have a moral high ground and diplomatic global support for Ukraine, the voice of the Global South is very important. And also, many countries in Global South do have conflicts, right? That are similar to what you have in Ukraine. So many of them would see the war in Ukraine from the prism of conflicts that they are experiencing in the Global South. And also, in the Global South, there are many powerhouses now, regional powers, that are not like 20 or 30 years ago. These powerhouses, regional powers, middle powers, want a say about the new world order. They don't want to be told about what the new world order is. They want to have a say, a seat on the table, and a voice about it, right? So this is why I commend Ukraine's efforts to engage the Global South. And as much as Ukraine says, look, please support us, I think the message from the Global South is, no, welcome to the club, right? What you're experiencing is happening in many places in the Global South. And I think a good message for you to send to the Global South, I know your message to the Western world is one thing, but the message to the Global South should be slightly different, right? Because in the Global South, there's a great deal of anti-Western sentiments, right? The reality is that, right? Every time I talk to somebody Global South, the answer is about, look, the US invaded Iraq also, and blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, right? So I think the three key messages that you should convey to Global South is, look, we get that. You know, we get Iraq, we get this, we get, you know, all these conflicts around the world. But one thing, Ukraine never harmed any country in the world, right? Ukraine never colonized any country in the world. Ukraine never intervened in any country in the world. And Ukraine is not a security threat to any country in the world. So that needs to be said, yeah? Second message is, look, Ukraine just wants to be Ukraine. We don't want to be Russia. We just want to be what we are, what our identity to be preserved, right? To be protected. Ukraine just wants to be Ukraine, because this is what many countries in the Global South are saying, because they're facing a lot of interventions from many countries. And the third message is, look, the fact, the record says that Ukraine is a friend of the Global South. Look at our grain for grain from Ukraine. Yeah, all our measures. We are selling food and seeds to you and fertilizers that help your people, your economy at the grassroots, right? So I think those three messages would be important to reinforce, right? Now, you've done very well at the UN, won votes. Indonesia also is one of the countries that supported the resolution. As a reality check, if this becomes a war of attrition, keep in mind that you gotta fight to keep that vote in the UN, because you know how diplomacy is done, and in the UN there's a lot of trade of favors and so on. There is always a possibility that the votes will be reduced if you don't fight for those votes in the UN. To be real about this, the biggest issue now in the Global South is Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, right? To be absolutely real about this, right? And there is the prospect that much attention in the Global South will be absorbed by that more than the war in Ukraine, right? I have to calculate that. Now, I've read your official position on the Gaza. I appreciate that, yeah. But I think one dimension you need to add is to express concern about the civilian casualties in Gaza. Yeah, that has to be expressed very clearly, in addition to the points that have been made by your government, because that reinforced the point that, look, humanity, a fellow human in Ukraine is the same worth as a fellow human in Gaza, right? So I think that needs to be said. Another point is China. I really appreciate what Igor says, right? The reality is this: there's no country in the world that Russia listens to than China, right? That's just the reality. And the perception that Russia owns China because of this no-limit partnership is wrong, right? I mean, I've been to China, and they said, look, we got our own interests, right? So as much as you can engage China, I look at the China peace plan for Ukraine. I know not everything can be accepted, but if you look at the points, there are many points that are aligned with the points mentioned by President Zelensky as well. Probably the point on ending sanctions is not realistic to be accepted, but the rest of them, on sovereignty, on territorial integrity, much of it is aligned. And China wants to be leader of the Global South. China is active in Saudi, Iran, rapprochement, right, reconciliation. So I think you need to factor in China. This is how we resolve conflict in Cambodia in the 80s and 90s. We got interests of the United States, interests of China, interests of Vietnam in the Cambodian conflict, one of the bloodiest conflicts in Asia, and we resolve it by engaging anybody who has an influence on the parties in the conflict. Another point, look, no peace, if you're asking for our advice, I know Omar said that there are many peace plans that failed, yeah, and I agree with you, you're totally right. Fortunately for Indonesia's experience, we got 5 conflicts that we dealt with, which today remains valid and alive, right? Confrontasi with Malaysia. We wanted to destroy Malaysia. That is no longer true. That is, we have full friendship with Malaysia. We have confrontasi with Singapore. We wanted to, I don't know if destroy. We have a strong conflict with Singapore. That has ended. Aceh, we have an internal conflict in Aceh, separatist movement. That has ended with a permanent peace agreement. Cambodia, as I told you, we resolved that conflict along with France as mediator. In East Timor broke away from Indonesia. Very bad breakup, but in the end, we are the best of friends, right? So we had a record of 5 conflicts that we resolved peacefully. 2 formulas, 2 elements that are critical. One is we learned no peace plan is ever linear, right? So if Russia has a peace plan, or China has a peace plan, Ukraine has a peace plan, nothing is achieved A to Z in a linear fashion, right? There's always impediments and improvisations that has to be made. But most importantly, if you're aiming for a political solution, the other side has to agree. So if Russia has a proposal, Ukraine obviously has to agree. It cannot be done without Ukraine's approval, and vice versa. So the question is this. I know you have many countries helping your peace plan, but who is your honest broker when it comes to Russia, right? When we dealt with East Timor, the honest broker was the UN Secretary General, right? When we dealt with Aceh, the honest broker was CMI, a group from Finland. And when we dealt with Cambodia, we were the honest broker, right? And so on and so on. So who is the honest broker when it comes to your impending political solution to reach a compromise with Russia? Because I say this because if I look at your peace plan and what Russia is willing to accept, it's so diametrically apart, right, on the question of territory and everything, right? But I'm sure there are some low-hanging fruits that can be achieved. I don't know what they are, but I think you should ask that question, who would be your honest broker? And that honest broker should be there from start to finish. That is the key, right? This is how we resolve the East Timor question, the Cambodian crisis, and so on. Longevity and sustainability is very much key. And the final point is this, look, I think this is going to be a long conflict, right? And there's always a risk of fatigue, right? Fatigue in Ukraine and desperation, and also fatigue in Russia, right? Every conflict has a turning point, has a saturation point, and that's what we experience. And I don't know when that will be for you. Yeah. I think for you to understand when is that turning point to be reached with a combination of political, military, economic, and diplomatic measures, I think that's when I hope the turning point and the bright light for peace in Ukraine and Russia's withdrawal from all your territories will be achieved. But definitely persistence, improvisation, and pragmatism is the key for you to reach that end. And how you will reach those points, I guess that's for you to judge and to achieve. You know, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts, but I have to highlight that there is nothing in between to survive and to die. And this is about compromises with Russia now, unfortunately. That's why we don't have a choice, another choice, that continue to fight and to defend the territories and to liberate the people on that territories, because first of all, it's about people. And there is no any position from Russia which looks like readiness to have any compromises. As I mentioned before, we had 9 years of negotiation in Minsk, and it doesn't work very well, because Russia didn't accept even position that Russia is a state which aggressed against Ukraine. Zero truce in between sides. So thank you for your thoughts, but we need to understand how to use other experience in our reality, especially in Russia, with Russia. And we have another speaker. Please, we started a little bit later. That's why we need to include African view into these discussions, because without Africa, it will be difficult to understand how to build this bigger alliance with those who support in Ukraine. And in Africa, there are many countries and societies which have solidarity with Ukraine. And our next speaker is Dr. Gregory John Barrington Mills. He is director of the Brenhurst Foundation, and he wants to share a few thoughts from his side. Please, thank you for your attention. Dr. Mills, sorry, we have many speakers here, but all of them are so great with their experience. Please, the floor is yours.
You in Kiev. I'm speaking to you from Cape Town in South Africa, a long way away. and wish that I was with you in Kiev. But regardless, my thoughts are with you. And I'm going to try and share my screen to present some slides to you. I'm aware that I have 2 minutes in which to present a whole batch of slides, so I'm going to be brief and pick up on some of the points in the slides, and you can happily share the presentation among yourselves. So let me do this. Can you see my screen?
Yes, confirmed.
See my screen?
Confirmed. We can see your screen.
No. Please try again because we saw your slides already.
Can you see my screen?
Not now, but
Can you
before.
see my screen? Can you hear me?
Sorry, we saw your slides already, but not
Can
now.
you see my screen?
Sorry, but
I don't know what's happening.
Dr. Mills doesn't.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Oh, great. We see your slides. Please start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Which I'm sharing. Okay, right. Let me do that. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to try and advance this now. Yeah. Okay, can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right. So I briefly want to focus on what the African position is on the war in Ukraine, and then present some thoughts on how Ukraine can attempt to get Africa more behind its position. This is based on my perspectives are based on 8 trips to Ukraine since the war broke out. I have visited Odessa and Kherson and Kharkiv, and not the usual spots. So I have a fairly broad view of some of the aspects of the situation post the 24th of February last year. The first point I would make about African views is that they are many. The views since the 24th of February have focused on everything from this being a war which belies a Western double standard, a war of concern around democracy and international sovereignty and a rules-based international order. Some have preferred to stay out of it. Some have taken a so-called non-aligned position, which in fact has been more pro-Russian than it's been pro-Ukrainian. There's concerns about food and fertilizer. Some view it as an anti-colonial struggle. Some are shaped by perceptions of Russian assistance during the national liberation struggles of Africa. Some hinge their support on perceptions of Western credibility. There are many influences on the African position as the sum total of all of this, and they are complex. But I'm going to try and disaggregate this as best as possible. And I think overall, the view is that there's more sympathy for Russia in Africa than in other regions of the world. That has probably come down in terms of relative sympathy over the last 18 months, given the cost of the war. And I think the first, myth I would seek to dispel in this presentation is that African countries are pro-Russian. In fact, more African countries are pro-Ukrainian than pro-Russian. If you look at the regular voting on UN resolutions since the 27th of February last year, most African countries vote with Ukraine. Of course, there are changes over time, but that support base has remained more or less consistent. And this, I believe, is because Africa is more susceptible to food shocks than other regions. It's in part because most Africans favor democracy over any other system of international of internal governance. So more than 70% of Africans who are routinely polled favor democracy as their preferred system of governance, even though more than 90% of Africans live under various forms of authoritarianism. And in fact, it may be because most Africans live under forms of authoritarianism that they favor democratic forms of governance. And in fact, very early on in the conflict, preliminary research polls that were conducted showed that, yes, in some cases, Mali and in other countries of the Sahel, there was support for Russia. In countries like South Africa, which has been, I think, outspoken in its neutrality, if such an oxymoron is possible, there was a great deal of support for Ukraine. Since those early polls taken in March last year, at the Brenthurst Foundation, we have conducted polls in several African countries, most recently in November last year in South Africa, and we've done a subsequent poll now, which we're waiting for the results for, which showed that 75% of South Africans believed that Russia's invasion of Ukraine must be condemned. So in spite of the government taking a neutral position, which relates to ideological reasoning with Russia, relates to South Africa's position in the BRICS, and so on, most South Africans are in fact behind Ukraine. And even in the ruling party, the African National Congress, most of those surveyed are in fact behind Ukraine. And 80% of South Africans believe that we should support any country which has been invaded by its neighbor. This support base is also true in other places like Tanzania, where we have conducted polling about the same figures as South Africa, and even in Zimbabwe, which has got many internal difficulties of its own, and where Russia played a disproportionate role, or the Soviet Union, let me correct myself, played a disproportionate role in the liberation struggle. The support for Ukraine remains high. And very few Zimbabweans comparatively, just over a third, believe that of the decision to abstain on voting in the UN in condemning Russia's position was the right decision. So the African position has really been that this is no political monolith. Most African countries have condemned the Russian invasion. Of course, there's a variety of different drivers. Wagner's a driver, particularly in the Sahel and in the Central African Republic and in Sudan. The supply of weapons by Moscow, the largest arms seller to Africa, is part of this. The very active diplomatic record of Moscow in Africa is part and parcel of this viewpoint, as indeed is the history of support to the national liberation struggles in Africa, which, in spite of it being delivered by the Soviet Union, and in large part, at least in South Africa, being delivered by military training camps in the Ukraine, that Russia is largely the inheritor of the goodwill that's been associated with this. It's also to do with the absence of Western credibility post-Afghanistan, the absence of perceptions of Western reliability towards its allies post-Afghanistan, and African overall frustrations around Western delivery, and the fact that Africa prefers to play both sides. And the fault lines in this, of course, are what I've already mentioned, is that while some African countries support Russia implicitly or explicitly, that there's a fault line in terms of what their overall populations prefer and where they would like to see African voting patterns and attitudes go in terms of the overall direction. So more Africans, as opposed to their governments, actually favor the Ukrainian position. Of course, this relates to the tendencies overall and the divisions in the geopolitical environment, where most of the world's population either abstains or wants to stay out of the struggle, but yet most of the economic, the countries representing the global economy, in fact, are on the side of Ukraine. I do think this is made more complex for Africa by what's happened post-COVID in terms of the collapse of several African economies and the tensions which emanate by a combination of that and the growing African demographic storm, where the population of Africa is going to double over the next decade. And it's complicated too by the role of China as a major player in the African continent and the unwillingness of Africa to pick a side in the Chinese debate, which of course reflects back on the Russian-Ukrainian impasse. And of course, this is too exacerbated by issues about food, fuel, and fertilizer as well. But if we look overall, and I'm not going to go into this in any great detail, in terms of where Africa sits right now in developmental and security terms, it's in a very fragile position. Most of the fragile countries of the world are, in fact, in the African continent. Most of the world's poor are now located in the African continent, and many countries are not coping, as I've already indicated, from the demographic strains which emanate from this rapid rise in population numbers, coupled with climatic change, and also coupled with extremely weak conditions of governance. And it's this picture which is really playing into the African, I think, abstinence overall, but also its attempts to play something of a neutral role. And this graph probably explains Africa more than any other. And this is a share of African global per capita, African per capita income as a share of global per capita income over the last 60 years. The top line is South Africa, the most sophisticated economy in sub-Saharan Africa, and we have halved our share, and as in fact as sub-Saharan Africa relative to global wealth. And this illustrates the difficult position that Africa finds itself in. And in fact, if you just take my own country as an indicator, most South Africans now feel that the economy is going in the wrong direction, which plays back in domestic political circumstances and puts the government in a very weak position. So for Africa, prolonging the war is not in our financial or social interest. In many ways, it represents part of a perfect storm of demography, of weakening governance, of a post-COVID strain and stress on many African economies. And of course, it's another issue for many Africans to have to manage and to try and avoid picking sides on. I would just focus on this slide on the last point. Our history of making peace demands that there are three conditions, fundamental prerequisites for peace, as it were, if it's going to be, if war is going to be resolved through mediation or negotiation. The first of these is it demands that there's a consistent, uniform external pressure on all the parties to sue for peace. In other words, you have to have, particularly in the region, but also internationally, the international community forcing the parties to the negotiating table. You don't clearly have that in Ukraine right now. And the picture of international, the absence of international support for a peace movement is part or reflects that to a very great extent. You also, secondly, need an understanding on the part of all the participants to any conflict that there's more to be gained by ending fighting than there is from continuing with it. In other words, in South Africa, in the late 80s and early 90s, before our own democratic transition, both the African National Congress and the white government of the time saw that there was more to be gained through negotiation than continuing with armed struggle. And then, of course, the third factor is you need leadership and method, a methodology, as it were, which you have laid out in your points, in your President Zelensky's plan. And you need a timing. You need to pick the right moment for this to happen. And this level of international consensus and internal consensus, I don't believe exists, but Africa will and can play a part in this process. So for my key takeaway here is that currently for Africa, there's a perfect storm of events out there. There's a geopolitical churn. You see this most recently in terms of Israel and Hamas, but Ukraine and Russia, of course, is part and parcel of that. You have a lot of donor distraction to other areas of the world, low rates of development, very high levels of debt once more, particularly to China. And none of this is working in Africa's favor. Economic sanctions threaten much greater contraction in the global economy and a degree of African isolation. And of course, in all of this, you have the self-interests of elites and the traditional failures of African economies to grow, which relates to some of these structural inherited problems. So from a Western perspective, what the West should do to build this level of international consensus is to maintain the moral high ground with African elites, and particularly those which flout basic conditions of human rights, and also reinforce aid flows to those which maintain a higher standard of democracy. In other words, to close the window of collaboration with authoritarian regimes. And the narrative would have to focus on not funding African oppressors, given the short-term strategic interests in so doing. And of course, Ukraine has to do exactly the same, is not play the same game as Russia and work with African authoritarians because they may offer a possibility of greater African support in the short term. Ukraine, too, has to maintain the moral high ground. If I go to this matrix, the war in Ukraine dragging out, which is the bottom right-hand block of the matrix, is not in the interests of Africa. It's a future of greater global poverty. As I've already said, we have the largest number of people living in poverty of any continent in the world. And it's not one that portrays a great future for Africa. Neither does that of Russia winning. We need to migrate to the top half of this matrix. And this is the argument that Ukraine has to use in terms of its relationship with the African continent. So my final slide is really, what are the key takeaways for Ukraine? Ukraine needs to focus on those countries which have similarities to Ukraine. It's not Sudan, it's populations rather than governments. It's not Sudan, as I've said, it's more the population of South Africa. It's more those countries which vote consistently with Ukraine and have already been willing to take manage political resistance from their fellow African leaders who prefer to abstain or to support Russia. You need to focus on those countries in Africa which punch above their weight in international affairs. You need to look to those countries which are influences in their respective regions and who share, mostly at least anyway, these values with Ukraine. So I think it's very important for me just to simply conclude by saying Africa is not one thing. As George W. Bush famously said, Africa is a country. It's not one country. It's highly differentiated, and it needs to be disaggregated analytically in terms of understanding why the continent has taken the views that it has. And the important point, finally, I would make in this regard is that African governments largely do not reflect the will of their people. The will of their people is far more in alignment with the values exhibited by Ukraine in this conflict, values which uphold a rules-based order, values which are about democracy over authoritarianism, which has been the source of great cost to most African populations. Let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mills. And thank you for these positive takeaways. But I need to take a floor for 2 minutes just for follow-up thoughts after all of this presentation, which were very valued for us, to Igor Zhouko.
Thank you, Olga. Let me briefly react. First of all, thank you all of you for having this view from Global South. Each and every country's position is really valuable for us. But let me react briefly on something what I've heard. Let me start from Dr. Jalal. Thank you for sharing these 3 points which we need to bring to the world. In fact, we are bringing them already. Because, you know, right you are, Ukraine has never started invasions or any plans of invading. We never wanted to have any single part of Russian territory, though, you know, history was different between us and many Ukrainian inhabited territories are in the territory of Russia now, but we have more than 300 years of experience fighting with Russia, and we know how to fight with Russia, and we know how to win over Russia, and we will definitely win this time again. But this is definitely not because this is the West against Russia. This is the Russian narrative. When we had this open invasion, we started to mobilize, first of all, European countries because we are in Europe, we are a European country. Because we didn't want to happen the situation in 2014, when Crimea was being invaded. The world overslept, didn't react. Even the European country, most of them were silent or even suggesting by that time to then authorities. Be quiet, don't provoke, don't react. And we had Crimea annexed, and then it started in Donbass, and then it ended up with this open aggression. So in 2022, we mobilized the European countries first, the Euro-Atlantic partners, and then we made this global outreach immediately. Because this 10 points peace formula was presented in Indonesia, but before that, during the UNGA session, first 5 principles were presented by my president. And we started to mobilize it, and we started to break this Russian narrative. You know what I heard once from my fellow colleague in one of the Latin American countries? Russia started this open against Ukraine because by that time, in 2022, Ukraine was on the brink of membership to NATO. Ukraine was almost there. And I said, look, my friend, this is bullshit. This is nonsense. We are now much closer to NATO than we were in 2022, because now we have the words invitation to membership in the Vilnius Declaration when the conditions are met. We didn't have that. We didn't have even map. Now we don't need map. The same about the EU. We were not dreaming of the candidate status. We now have the candidate status, and we will be opening the accession negotiations with the EU. On NATO, the same was happening with Finland and Sweden, who were not dreaming of, of thinking of joining NATO. Now one of them is already there, and the second one is almost. So this is a huge miscalculation when this dictator made. But he made it, and we use this. And we will be uniting the community around us. So this is really important to have each and every your country hearing us and acting to support us. You are talking about brokership. I will call this another word, mediator. We do not need now mediators. Sorry for that. We don't need a country being an honest broker between the aggressor and country who is fighting this aggression. No anymore. You know, we had these so-called Minsk agreements where you mentioned today. Not invented by this president, but we inherited them. You know how many rounds we had with Russia altogether, according to Minsk agreements and Normandy process? 185 rounds of negotiations with Russia in several dimensions. Just to remind you, the wall was already there. What do we have now? We will not need another Minsk arrangements. Sorry for this. Never. So no brokers, no mediators, but rather each and every country should decide whether it's on the side of civilization or on the side of aggression, brutality, killing, etc. Very simple. You mentioned the events in Israel and the position of Ukraine and to pay more attention to civilian victims in Gaza. We are paying attention to each and every victim because we are having this experience. We are having good relations with Israel. My president just had a very good meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in New York, as well as we have very good relations with the countries of the Gulf region and the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. But when children are being killed or beheaded, women are being raped, civilians are being killed, whether it is in Bucha or in southern Israel, we will call this terrorism. And I don't want Omar to write, to be in series of his books, because he wrote a book how ISIS fights. Now he needs to write a book, I don't know, how Putin or Wagner fights. Then tomorrow how Hamas fights. We will be reacting for this whenever it is happening. We have our position on this. So that's why my president was very open. Yes, this, let's call it terrorism a terrorism. And any country has the right to defend itself. And in this case, it's Israel. Again, it was not, if I'm not mistaken, Israel who was starting these events on the 7th. That is why, look, from now on, the voice of Ukraine will be heard worldwide. We will never come to terms as usual with Russia. We do understand that Russia will be always aggressive. And even after our victory, we will have to be cautious. By we, I mean all of us. Not only our partners in Europe or Eastern Europe, because our immediate neighbors like Poland, like Slovakia, like Hungary, Hungary, it's probably a separate case because of the Prime Minister, but they do understand that had Ukraine not stopped its aggression, Russian aggression here in this country, in Kyiv, it would further spread to the neighboring countries and then who knows where. And you in your country should also understand this. Because Russia was always and definitely will be always aggressive. I do not believe in this theories of dismantling or whatever. So that is why you just have one choice, to be on the side of civilizational countries. But if we are talking today about security in Europe or global security, we cannot forget about the position of Ukraine. You cannot take about security in any part of the world without taking into account the position of Ukraine. That is why we started with the peace formula. And once again, many thanks for all your countries which are supporting us in this peace formula. South Africa is a wonderful example how the position of country changes. I will just stop with the last example. We had the leader of 5 African leaders here, headed by President Ramaphosa. They were here in Kyiv. Yes, then they came to Moscow. But then, during the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, President Ramaphosa was suggested by Putin, okay, we will give you 1 million tons of grain free of charge. Said, no, Putin, I don't need your gifts. I need to resume the Grain from Ukraine initiative, because this initiative feeds the people. Ukraine is a global player. Ukraine feels the responsibility of a global food supplier, and we need this working. This is the change of the position of one of the biggest leaders of the African continent, because he was here, he saw it in his own eyes, he was in Bucha, he talked to my president, he talked to people of Ukraine, and now he has absolutely responsible position. So we would like to have this responsible position in each and every country of the Global South. And only together, only combining our efforts, we will win against this aggressor. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, all of you. Thank you for your attention. I know it wasn't easy. I have to do announcement that next session will happen here after the lunchtime, and my colleague from ICUV, Hanna Hopko, former head of the Committee of Verkhovna Rada Foreign Affairs Committee, will lead in the process, will moderate, hope in a tougher manner than me, but I believe that each of exchange of information from the speaker was very useful for all of us, because the plan will build in through discussions. Yes, nobody has ideal idea how to build the truth, trust, and talks, but we need to listen each other. And I believe this platform is one of the best for having it, but with a good food, it's better to exchange further development of ideas. So let's go to have lunch, and please back to this venue.
Окей.
So, our dear participants, please be informed of some side activities in the lunch venue. As you can see next to the coffee table, we have additional collateral activities to our main event. First of all, you can use the virtual reality goggles to see the story of some of the Crimean expats about the neighborhood that they were forced to live during the occupation. The Project Ukraine has contributed to setting up this storyline and also will be exposed to some additional facts about Crimea and its current life. Also, you can see the stand of Crimean resistance with some of the key facts of Crimean resistance movement. Also, we try to symbolize some of the actions performed by Ukrainian citizens, which are attended to sometimes at risk to their own life, particularly in the occupied territories. Placing the yellow ribbon, which is the symbol of Crimean resistance, might have you subjected to the Russian oppression and imprisonment. As you can see, there is a collection of yellow ribbons which you are invited to put on the stand, thus expressing your solidarity with the Crimean people and Ukrainians living in Crimea as well as in other temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. So please, during the breaks, in the network meetings, or in any other occasion, please find a minute to take one of those yellow ribbons and to put it on the stand, thus expressing your solidarity. And with that, I believe we can start our panel. Thank you so much for filling in this pause.
I think we could start our panel discussion. Global food security, feeding the world from under the Russian missiles and amidst the ecocide. I think it's really important discussion today how Russian genocide against Ukraine affected the food supply around the world and how to overcome its consequences together. And I'm really thankful to the Crimean platform for, together with all partners, including the International Center for Ukrainian Victory, to bring our panelists from the whole world today to Kyiv to discuss the solutions. Because I think it's important to share your expertise, facts, but also to strategize. And I do believe that during this session, we will also, after the discussion, we will come up with new ideas and actually what should we expect to do more from our global partners. So, since we started a little bit late and we have honorable speakers traveling here from almost all continents, so let's start immediately from the short video, which will, like introductory video, to understand deeper the situation, what's happening in Ukraine and how the farmer industry and farmers are coping with the aggression from Russian side. Ну що, друзі, запускаємо відео.
With that, let us see if the video is playable.
Despite the full-scale invasion, Ukraine is among the top 10 exporters of wheat, barley, corn, rapeseed, and soybeans in the world. And in terms of sunflower and oil production, Ukraine was number one before the full-scale invasion of Russia and occupation of the southern regions of Ukraine. Ukraine exported more than 90% of agricultural products by sea because the key importers are the countries of North Africa, the Middle East, and East Asia. Now exports have become not only difficult and limited, but also extremely dangerous due to Russia's shelling of Ukrainian ports. The Russian invasion also caused the purposeful destruction of Ukrainian agricultural infrastructure. The Russians are purposefully destroying Ukrainian farms, stealing machinery, shelling businesses, mining fields, and killing leaders of the Ukrainian agricultural sector. Greenhouses, warehouses, and the product themselves undergo significant destruction. Total loss of grains and oilseeds is estimated at 485,000 tons as of October 8, 2023. In just 9 days of war and shelling of Ukrainian ports in July 2023, Russia destroyed 180,000 tons Ukrainian grain, 26 port infrastructure facilities, and 5 civilian ships. In addition, enterprises in the occupied territories, which occupy 18% of the area of Ukraine, are currently suspended. According to the latest estimates, more than 6 million tons of grain crops were stolen by the Russians from the occupied Ukrainian territories in 2022 alone. These are the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, which are the basis of Ukraine's agriculture and are currently partially occupied. On June 6, 2023, the Russians blew up the Kakhovska hydropower plant and caused a large-scale man-made ecological disaster, the consequences of which are already affecting the entire planet, especially catastrophic for the southern regions of Ukraine. Kakhov Reservoir was the main supplier of water for one of the largest irrigation systems in Europe. 1.5 million hectares of irrigated land have been lost. Fish plague has been recorded. Grease and oil stains can reach the Mediterranean, and dolphins are already dying in mass in the Black Sea. Russian occupiers have committed the biggest ecocide not only during this war, but in decades. Arable fields are filled with shells and mines. Today, Ukraine is the most mined country in the world. More than 40% of the territory of Ukraine is mined. As a result of Russia's hostilities in Ukraine, 5.5 million tons of pollutants were released into the air. 188,000 square kilometers of soils are at risk of damage and pollution. 470,000 hectares are mined. Hundreds of destroyed agricultural enterprises. Polluted rivers and seas. 3 million hectares of forest are covered by the war. War is Russia's contribution to climate change. The Russian war is destroying our planet, and its consequences are more catastrophic than the 2 world wars combined. Ukraine is cut off from the global export arena, due to which importers of the global south are forced to pay more for food. In the future, the closure of the grain corridor, which Russia wants, will lead to an increase in world prices by 10–15%. Russia makes a weaponization of food and weaponization of hunger. If Russia is not stopped, then over time everyone will feel the consequences of this war. Agriculture is one of the main branches of the economy of Ukraine, and it is able to restore its abilities. These are Kyiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, and Mykolaiv regions. After liberation by the armed forces of Ukraine, these territories returned to life. Despite the threat of shelling, Ukrainian farmers are rebuilding their businesses, going out into the fields and preparing for the new season. They risk their lives every day to feed you and us. Help us to stop Russian terror. Ukraine's victory means ensuring stability, well-being, and security for Europe and the global south. Demilitarization of the Black Sea is the real solution for freedom of navigation and secure freedom of export to feed the world.
I think it's really important today to discuss global food security and Ukrainian farmer security and Ukraine's role in global food security. And before we move to our speaker, I would like to remind the audience some statistics before the full-scale Russian aggression, the results of Ukraine's agriculture in 2021. So the highest production growth, agriculture production on farms increased by 19%. About 14% of country's population was employed in agriculture sector. Also the highest percentage of GDP. Agriculture accounted for over 10% of Ukraine's gross domestic product, the highest among all sectors. Agriculture and food products are also represented at the largest percentage of Ukraine's total export. And 20 years ago, Ukraine provided food for 40 million people worldwide. In 2021, Ukraine's contribution was equivalent for feeding approximately 400 million people worldwide, not including its own population. By 2030, Ukraine's strategy for the development of the agriculture sector aims to ensure food security for 1 billion people worldwide. So, of course, Ukraine accounted for over 40% of global export of sunflower oil, 13% of corn, and almost 18% of barley. So it was before the full-scale war. And of course, after the Russian aggression, full-scale war, a genocide started, approximately 36% of pre-war grain cultivation in the country was directly affected by Russian aggression. About 30% of Ukraine territory is at risk of landmines. And now I would like to start our discussion from Ukrainian farmers, and especially those who were under occupation and who are living close to the border with Russia. And let me start from Vadim Svetlov, head of farm enterprise Svetlova. Farm enterprise Svetlova is located in Sumy region in the nearest border area. Since the very beginning of the war, it has been under constant shelling. The occupiers have caused great damage to Sumy communities, village, people, business, and also managers of the company are faced with making decisions about sowing and other work, and actually responsibility for the employees. Vadim, I just recently visited Sumy region. Besides Sumy city, Охтирка, Тростянець, and we had a meeting with the representatives of local communities. And people came to the meeting, and especially from Білопільська громада, and were demanding the evacuation of people because it's 5-kilometer zone from the Russian border, constant shelling. And there was the question to me asking, Hannah, how the West consider Sumy region as a buffer zone? What should we expect in the future, and why we are not having enough anti-air defense system? Because for people, especially local, not farmers, but local people living in villages in that Hromada, it's very hard, taking into account their age, to leave their homes, even to like 50 kilometers from that line with the aggressor. So how is actually your enterprise? What are the biggest challenges now, and what you expect from our international community?
Greetings. Thank you for the question. Let me introduce again. I am Vadim. I'm a farmer from Sumy. And our enterprise is indeed within the 5-kilometer zone from the border with the aggressor. It's difficult to work. We indeed are being shelled, and the lands are contaminated with explosive objects and ordnance. Some of the areas we lost due to mines, but still, regardless, we work, we show productivity, we show good harvest, but we have some serious challenges. We need help. And first of all, of course, it's the matter of security. We really need more protection and more air defense, because Rockets are flying above our heads. We see them almost daily. Sometimes they hit nearby areas or warehouses. We see the drones that fly above our heads. And sometimes we get the feeling that, we are like a buffer zone, indeed. And the air defense is further down the central Ukraine. But we work to ensure great result. We work effectively. But of course, with the new challenges, now we feel the deficit of manpower because many people moved to Western Ukraine when the war started. Some came back. Some decided to be in the Western Ukraine. Some are recruited to the army. Some people are afraid. They understand that, well, we're not fully protected. And also people, they work, they love their job, but they, well, want to be with their families. And some say that, yeah, we probably won't stay, we want to move out, and we want to be with the families. And like we even had the issue before the war. People in rural areas have been thinking to move to towns, especially younger people who are capable of working with modern equipment, with modern technologies. They were willing to move to the city. And in the agriculture, timeliness is crucial. If we do everything timely, we can sow properly, we can have a good yield and get profits. Another challenge is with exporting. The prices are, I mean, for some of the cultures, the price went down 2 times, and some are not even breaking profits. It makes no sense to sow them this year. So we are constantly looking out to see new things. We used to have the standard mix. We had the wheat, the barley, soy, and sunflower. After the war started, we switched to the millet and the buckwheat. Buckwheat was providing good price last year, but then probably it was oversowing of buckwheat this year, and the price went down. So you see some of the cultures, they went down. Well, technical cultures like soy and sunflower, they still show profits, but this year soy goes down, sunflower also is coming down in price, but still more or less. But this year I probably would not sow wheat, corn or barley because the logistics is very expensive. To transport a ton of wheat to a port or to the west of Ukraine, it costs like $160 per ton, and then $80 is for the transportation. So you see 70% is the profit you would get, but the production cost is 110. So it doesn't break even, it doesn't break profit. When we need a proper funding also, we want to buy new equipment, we don't want to pay salaries in time because we are in the risk zone, so the banks are reluctant to give us loans. And the different foundations are also not really willing to fund us. But we are working effectively. We're working, we're staying, we show good results. So this is how it is. Thank you. May God bless you because you really work in these difficult conditions of shelling.
Suffering from the negative consequences of the war, 44% of producers report a catastrophic increase in the cost of production. More than 150,000 of farmer workers in the food system were directly affected by the war or forced to migrate. So this is also the negative consequences. And when we are speaking about local and smaller farmer, we are speaking about families, about their destinies. And this is really very painful and heartbreaking. So now I would like also to discuss with Serhiy Leonov, who is from Kyiv region, and his company Rove Agro, which was established 5 years ago in 2018. And also the war caused a lot of material damage and Russian aggression, and your enterprise was under occupation. And could you follow up what just Vadim said about priority needs? Because in Sumy regions, of course, it's anti-air defense system, and the faster we win, the better conditions for farmers to keep feeding the world and their families. In Kyiv region, your enterprise was damaged a lot. Someone compensated these damages, or you are fighting, seeking to international community? How situation is now with your enterprise and your plans?
Доброго дня.
Greetings. Thank you. Thank you, Hanno, for the possibility to speak. I would like to show a set of slides to show how it happened, how the occupation had been going on, and then I will just be accompanying it with explanation. We are a small company, a small and young group of companies. We have 2 farms in Kiev region, and sorry, the clicker. Oh yeah. Yeah. So we are in the Kiev region. We opened in 2017, and we grow classic agricultural cultures. In 2019, we started a new path. We started growing berries. We had a sea buckthorn orchard in Ukraine, one of the biggest in Ukraine. So we have about 1,500 hectares overall in Dymerka community, Vyshgorod, and Svetlanska community. We were developing. It was going fine until February the 24th, because the farm in Dymer Ryan essentially was occupied within the first day. So in Kiev, in other cities, we, for example, had time to buy petrol or food. In Dymer, people, well, didn't even have a chance. We were lucky to have some leftover fuel and rye, which helped people survive the occupation, so we could put fuel into the cars and take people out of occupation, and they had food. But the most important thing I want to say that during the occupation, none of our employees was hurt, which is the most important, because human lives matter the most. Well, the equipment wasn't so lucky. We had lots of equipment, and the Russian troops, or orcs as we call them, they were just destroying everything. They were exploding, they were drowning, they have blown up one of our warehouses, or they were just shooting at the equipment to destroy it. This was our office, for example, and I really like this picture, this one. They thought they were going to parade in Kiev, so they actually had the parade medals, but they forgot them in our office. They left them because with the assistance of the Ukrainian army, they went following the path of the Russian warship, if you know the proverb. And still, back in 2022, we had this kind of motto: who doesn't sow is a Muscovite. So we wanted to continue the sowing campaign. And many other farms have seen that even after the occupation, there are issues with broken logistics. For example, we had to take a 50-kilometer detour to reach our fields because the bridges were blown up, and 70% of our equipment was destroyed. And the biggest issue which we saw, and which other farmers are now seeing, it's a huge problem for Ukraine and for the whole Europe, because in Ukraine we now have the largest mined area of territory in the world. For us, the most difficult, the most scary thing was to make the first step on the field. We were scary, as if the child is making the first step, but we saw that we need it. Even though we saw there are many unexploded ordnances in the field, it still was necessary.
Besides, it was 2022, a lot of territories were deoccupied, and unfortunately the state was unable to do all the demining, so we had to do something by our own. So thanks to our team, we managed to mow 100% of our fields, but later on we faced with a number of other challenges, just like the other farmers are asking what's next. Yes, we've managed to recover some of the agricultural equipment, but then we understood we'll have a very significant challenge with the logistics and with the stockpiling and warehousing of the goods. The grain corridor is no longer operational, and as the other counterpart has already mentioned, we don't know where to sell our products. Besides, the price for the product is below the amount, of course, that we are spending on its production, on the growing. So unless we'll get help with the grain corridor, unless there won't be any compensations for the farmers, then it will be very complicated situation in the next year, as we'll be reducing the amount of the mown fields. Yes, we do need support. We do need the assistance in 2022, while understanding that most of the southern regions are under occupation. We started growing melons, watermelons in the Kiev region in order to replace the losses of the Kherson region. In 2023, after the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, we faced a number of other issues with growing vegetables. The other aspect, which is so much needed, that's the processing industry. We do need to have some support from the foreign investors so that the producer would be able to create some sort of a production for himself in order to sell the added value products. So thank you.
Героям слава. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's really important you mention the most important problem, how demilitarization of the Black Sea. Because on July 17, when Russia withdrew from the Black Sea Grain Initiative and started attacking Ukrainian ports, storing grain intended for export, so everyone started to seek solutions, trying to somehow negotiate with Russia. But I think it's a mistake, because the only right way to go is to make the Black Sea region free from the occupiers and guarantee the freedom of navigation, freedom of export, and actually not to be dependent on Russian will either to allow the export or not. So I think and we expected from international community, from UN, from NATO, and other partners, stronger position. And actually this was the mistake, to withdraw from the Black Sea before the full-scale war, because it created the problem. So now I would like to move to our international part of our panel. And since you mentioned the Black Sea, so it's a time to move to our panelist from Turkey. And it's really important that we have, and let me present Yörük İsik, geopolitical analyst, founder of the Bosphorus Observer, non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. So coming back to the Ukraine's role of as a global food supplier, and mentioning that global consumption is increasing due to the population growth, also overall economic situation in countries. From 2013 to 2017, the world experienced an overproduction for 5 consecutive years. The world harvest records were updated, and this rate outstripped consumption. But the last few years showed that farmers are not keeping up with the growing needs of the world. And we have a special presentation with all these statistics. So there is much less harvest in the world. And this is why it's so important that Ukraine has this right to export, and Ukrainian farmers, they describe that the problems they face. So they are, instead of thinking how to overpay for logistics, and they need to think how to be more innovative, creative in their enterprises. So since you represent international organization, but Turkey, so we here also expected from Turkey more powerful position using all leverages that Turkey has on Russia, especially in the Black Sea. What would you recommend to international community to do to guarantee the demilitarization of the Black Sea and international convoys, UN, NATO, Turkey will help Ukrainian farmers to export and not to allow Russia constantly to attack ports and terminals and actually to destroy grains, because it's already, according to the statistics, it's a million of tons that we, instead of delivering to more than 45 countries worldwide, we are facing all these problems.
Thank you for inviting me, first of all. It's great to be in Kiev, and you made a great introduction, and you mentioned the most fundamental problem here, which is the freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. But before we come to that, I will reply immediately to your question, like about UN helping to keep in the freedom of navigation or NATO helping. You know, at the end, you know, there's a say, if you want it to be done right, do it yourself. At the end, Ukraine really did it by itself. By the time the world move, gather, plan, etc., I will mention at the very end of my time, but the new Ukraine naval corridor is Ukraine's plan. It's implemented by Ukraine, and it's working. At the end of the day, like many other phases in this war, Ukraine solved its own problem. But before we come to that, I want to mention also what's happening in the grain field, which is massive plundering of the Ukrainian agricultural commodities. And agricultural commodities, unfortunately, is not the exception in the plundering. Russia is also stealing coal from the occupied territories, and it's going all around the world. You know, many people are not thinking about when it comes to energy, but coal is a very important part of the current world energy market. And China, a friend of Russia, and is building thermal coal power plants all the way from Pakistan to the African coast. And some of that coal comes from the occupied territories. And unfortunately, even to Turkey, it comes from that. But I'm here as an international person, and you know, there's actually a great Turkish diplomat here. So if there's an official position of Turkey, they will be reply. But yes, we all need to do collectively, all as the partners of Ukraine. And at this point, I'm proud actually, because Turkey, well before any other European partner, since the 2014 invasion, while many other European partners were trying to find solutions how Ukraine can hand some of its territories to Russia, Turkey has been on the record from its president that territorial integrity, any violation of territorial integrity of Ukraine is absolutely unacceptable to Turkey. But let's focus on more exciting how Russia is organizing this plundering, because I'm, as the open sources person, I've been on the record with some other international friends documenting this international plundering, which is, in a way, one more time, Russia is repeating to know what's historically knows, and that goes all the way back to 1930s. It's the Stalin's expropriations of the Ukrainian farms under the collective farm system. This is not the first time, actually, Russia organized or industrial scale level of plundering of Ukraine's assets. It's happening, unfortunately, for the second time. Nor, I like to also remind people, to audience here, that Ukraine is not the first country that Russia is showing against its neighbors, nor in the Black Sea. Russia already invaded Georgia. Russia is already invades parts of Moldova. And because we all decided to overlook that fact, because we were all very happy to continue the trade with Russia, you know, Russia dare to show its aggression to Ukraine. It just didn't read the ground realities very well and, hit the wall here. But Russia, as in the movie at the beginning, little video clip we saw, in conservative terms, moved billions, millions of tons of metric tons of grain, wheat, lots of wheat, but all other, soy, corn, etc., from the plundered at some point in gunpoint, some through the, some collaborators, unfortunately, some abandoned farms, some from the international companies' warehouses, grain to the world markets. And to do that, it used a mixture of Russian private companies and Russian companies. They are actually subsidiaries, amazingly, directly, openly. This is not like an amazing find, that because it's on the internet. I will show you the page. And the subsidiaries of Russian federal state enterprises. Of course, Russia is a country that, there isn't really a successful Russian private company that is not really part of the Russian system. Like the private companies involved in this plundering are part of the Kremlin's machine also. At this point, we can even talk about going into the, I always divert from the main topic, but, it's in this case, we are watching even maybe, yes, here there is the Russian Federation is the aggressor, but even in the Russian Federation, I think the system is a little bit hijacked by the bandits and organized criminals who are running Kremlin. At this point, since 2014, under the wrap, all kind of stories we hear through Russia Today and Sputnik, etc., that Russia is rebuilding its empire, these are historic territories, etc. These are all stories created to cover the reality of the small group of people who are running in the Kremlin and oligarchs and Vladimir Putin, who are stealing, plundering in an organized fashion Ukraine's national assets. This country has been under a major organized theft in the last 10 years. It's not only agricultural commodities or natural resources. This country's factories are stolen. This country's refineries are stolen. It's in such a level that in the most colorful example recently, where Ukraine successfully hit in the port of Sevastopol, the Russian base, the dry dock where the Russian submarine was getting repaired, that dry dock actually belongs, it's a Ukrainian national asset. It's stolen from the Ukraine. We are facing an amazing crime. There is an amazing crime story here. But can I start some of the slides? I have slides also, I think. Okay, somebody more clever than me did it. So actually my slides, I think this wasn't the beginning, but...
Можете на початок.
Okay. So do I... Let's see. Unfortunately, I'm not very super good. Well, okay, this was actually the submarine I was mentioning that was stolen, but here, let's... okay, I will keep pushing, see if this works. But basically, what happened is, and this is, again, an important point to highlight, that before the war started, before the last stage of the war in February 2022, Russia even purchased vessels. So this goes to my point that, Russia didn't come and find itself, in an invaded territory and, happens to be here, there are farms, and I'm gonna move this agricultural goods from here. Before their last aggression, and Russia purchased vessels, some of them all the way from South America, and brought them here. And there are vessels that are on the maximum limit of the port of Sevastopol, in the occupied Sevastopol, grain terminal of Avlida can handle. So we are seeing here a planned action. Maybe somebody else? Okay, now it's moving. I see, okay. So here, let's see. There's a beginning, here. So, what are these pictures? I'm showing you here 148 tiny pictures. Actually, I don't, because I'm a inherently lazy Mediterranean, I didn't update my pictures, but actually there could be right now here 180 slides. But these are the 148 pictures of 148 different ships. Russia moved grain last year from the Avlita grain terminal. And these are the good days. There were some cloudy days that we might have missed, because satellite technology only works when there is a good cloudy days. So we are seeing here how organized this is. This is not some, this is like, I'm giving this example as just being colorful and funny, but like Russia organizing Olympics, etc., that they really taught this and organized. This is not the disorganized Russia we are seeing. This is even working better than their military campaign, that they fail utterly in the logistics. Somebody intelligent up top assigned people, they organize trucks, because this is the Avlita grain terminal. Until the grain reaches to this terminal, and until the grain reaches to this terminal, and this man will know, it has to go through it gets loaded to the trucks, it goes to the weigh station, it goes to the train, it goes through so many stages, and it comes, as you see, like on the upper right side of the picture, there is the grain silo, and immediately to the right of it, there is a train track comes and the trucks come. This is a big organization of involves hundreds of people and hundreds of vehicles, and those vehicles need electricity or diesel, etc. This is a well-organized crime we are seeing. So this is has been the center of really the Sevastopol's Avlita grain terminal. So this is immediately to the north of the Sevastopol Bay, to the major downtown of occupied Sevastopol. This has been really the center of the grain plundering, but it's not only the exclusive place. The occupied Feodosia and ship-to-ship transfers, which is more complex in the Kerch Strait, also really took place. So this is the Sevastopol Bay, and so and from here, let's see. These are the same vessels we see, and these are all matched. This is how the open source works. I'm not going to go to, to crazy details. So I can explain in private anyone. But all these vessels, you see now, this is all Latakia, Syria. It was the same vessel. We are talking about each vessel making dozens of trips and going to the same place. And from there, again, systematically sold from another place that Russia organized through the Assad family's network to the rest of the Middle East. So, for example, this... Summarize, okay, yes. And here, for example, the same vessel gets loaded. It's passing from Istanbul. We can see this is the Bosphorus. It looks like a Turkish tourism picture. And it's, you can see by looking at the ship, it's loaded, it goes, and here it is. This is the Bandar Khomeini in Iran on the top of the Persian Gulf, and it's getting sold there, and the ship is right here. You can see it, it's getting unloaded in Iran. Why this is important? Besides itself, it's a crime, and it's a war crime under the Geneva Convention to steal this food. Besides itself is a crime as a theft. This is the way, a kind of tragic and really crazy-making way, that Russia is paying for the Shahid drones that hits back to Ukraine. The money even comes from the stolen assets. So this needs to be stopped. This needs to be stopped. It's not very, very easy because international treaties and boarding ships on the high waters, it's a complex operation. Only the world needs to get its act together and really work. And this was what I was mentioning. This is from the webpage of the Crane Marine Contractor Company that is a Russian federal, it's a subsidiary of the federal Russian asset. And ironically, to make our lives easier, they don't even hide it. You see, like the sailor is wearing a Crane Marine Contractor t-shirt. I have several more things like this. So they want to make our life easy. We can expose the operation. But, okay, so Hannah was warned that she's going to be a tougher moderator. We were warned in the morning session. But I will say this. That as a final thought, we cannot go into a nice lullaby position that Ukraine won. Yes, actually the first night when President Zelensky issue the Instagram video that they are not going anywhere, that was the moment they won the war. But active war continues. While we're sitting here in this comfort of this conference, the war is not over. And you see that Russia is playing to the time to hope in another winter. They will weaponize everything from children of this country to the food issues, to the coal, to the energy, and they will hope to reach the next year into the US elections that there will be the unity on Ukraine issue will be broken. So as we go back to our countries to expose this theft network and keeping this unity together, it is key importance. I cannot highlight how important, because the moment the unity is broken, Russia will make its moves to go back to original position. Yeah, sorry, override.
Thank you so much. So actually, the role of the Black Sea region in global food security has increased in recent years. And actually, what we are seeing, that weaponization of food means weaponization of hunger. And nothing changed from Soviet Union time, when Stalin's man-made famine organized against Ukrainians, Holodomor, a genocide, when millions of people were suffering because of lack of food, when Ukraine was world known as a European breadbasket. But now Russian totalitarian regime is repeating the same tactics. By weaponization of food, they are trying to weaponize hunger, but now millions of people will be suffering globally. Yesterday, the member of Ukrainian parliament, Alena Shkrum, during the discussion, mentioned her recent visit to Cambodia and Vietnam, that the negative consequences of the blockade of the Black Sea for the prices for rice increased in that part of the world. So it's another problem that millions of people are seeing, not that the price is not affordable. Price for rice is not affordable because of the crisis created by Russian aggression. And I just recently came from India, New Delhi, before the G20 summit, and during our discussion at the ministries of foreign affairs, energy, all speakers were mentioning 3 global crises: food, fuel, fertilizers. But unfortunately, there was no political will in India to mention who caused these crises. Russia as an aggressor state. And Yuruk Yisik, you are right saying that it's a crime, but actually it's a genocide, because of war crimes, crimes against humanity, ecocide. So Russia is committing genocide like it happened last century during the Holodomor genocide, and now Russia is trying to threaten millions of people worldwide. So now I would like to invite and to provide perspective from Latin America, and it's really important that we have with us today Aribel Contreras Suarez. I never visited Latin America, it's my dream. So after victory, definitely. So thanks for coming to Kyiv. I think it's important and it's worth today to have this discussion. So how people are considering Russian aggression in that part of the world, because Russian propaganda is so toxic, influential, and trying to sell that and blame Ukraine for not delivering food when everyone knows that it's because of Russian blockade and everything. So please, perspective from your country, and what are the solutions? What Ukraine should do more, maybe more visits to Latin America, more talks, more explaining what's happening here, because in our International Center for Ukrainian Victory, we have our motto, mobilizing world for victory. So the faster victory happens, the better world is. So please.
Thank you, Hannah. Before I start, I would like to ask 2 big favors. If I could get the gadget for my presentation, and if the technical team can be providing me my presentation. Thank you so much. Also, I don't know if it's possible to turn the air conditioner off because we are freezing on this side of the ballroom. Okay, in my personal perspective, I would like to share some important information. Some of these are not a surprise for you, but obviously I would like to ask you, imagine that I am going to be giving a geoeconomic chess point of view, because obviously talking about food security in terms of the war in Ukraine has a direct impact in geoeconomics. So what's the current global state of food security? For the last years, United Nations has highlighted about how the world is behaving in terms of food security. And unfortunately, the Global South has been in danger. Food security is a topic in the global agenda, but it's until now that we should be talking about food insecurity due to this war. I would like to highlight that Ukraine is the top 5th world largest wheat exporter after Russia, US, Canada, and France. So if this war would be happening in another country, the consequences would be totally different. But it's because it's geographically happening in Ukraine is that it's a must to highlight why it will be having more and more economic consequences. Hannah had mentioned at the beginning very clearly about the importance of Ukraine in terms of grains. This is a clear information. Top 1 in sunflower seed production, top 6 in terms of corn and barley production, top 7 in rapeseed, and top 9 in wheat and soybeans. In terms of the bread basket, Ukraine plus Russia provided a quarter of the global consumption. So Ukraine is a team player in the grain architecture. And if we consider that previous to the war, the main trading partners of Ukraine were China, Germany, Poland, obviously Russia, Turkey, Belarus, Italy, we can identify how important is also to do a follow-up of how is China moving in this geopolitical chess. Why it's important to do a follow-up to India through this neutral position. It's not just because of politics, it's also about how important are these main actors for Ukraine. So understanding this, it is going to be giving a really clear overview about also how are the main importers of Ukrainian goods moving their pieces and their games through this world chess. So, for example, in terms of the main importers, we should highlight Europe, but also Asia and the Middle East regions. So this is not just about talking about the grains. This is not just talking about food security for Ukrainians. This is about putting into the global attention about how what is currently happening in Ukraine, is impacting the whole world in terms of food security. Hannah highlighted the 3 Fs, the fertilizers, the fuels, and the food crisis. So today we are in this panel just focusing on 1 F, but also in the future they will be discussing the other crisis. We cannot forget how the wheat prices have been behaving for the last years. The prices have been, having a very variable behavior. Obviously, through the war, the prices increased crazily. And if we identify about the behavior for the last 20 months, we can see that the prices per bushel, have been changing, ups and downs, and obviously this is pushing more and more the consequences of this war in terms of the global goods that are using as raw material different types of grains. Because this is not just about the grains, but it's also about the disruption in the supply chains of different types of food. We can easily identify right now goods in our fridge, in our kitchen, that if you see ingredients, for sure we will have different grains. And for sure, some of those grains are coming from Ukraine. So that's why this is a big threat, because Ukraine provides a huge amount of importance for our daily consumption. It doesn't matter where we are living. In terms of inflation, obviously, we are suffering a global crisis in terms of inflation because the prices have been increased for the last 19 or 20 months, and this will keep happening until something happens that we can see a stop in this war. So for me, this is the perfect storm in order to see how on this economic chess we are having a total disordered world. We cannot be talking about a new global order. I think that we are living a new global disorder because focusing specifically in terms of the food crisis, this is affecting deeper the global south, but in general, it's the whole world. So specifically about this perfect storm I have been talking to you, I would like to put into your attention that this food crisis is reshaping the way we should see this war. This is not a common war like in the past. This is not a linear war. We are living a spiral war, and I have presented in different national and international media from Mexico City that we are living a pentagon spiral in this war. That a pentagon, you know, it has 5 sides. So I would like to share to you, in order to be closing my remarks, is we have to consider that this war is happening in a spiral with new actors, new threats, new crises, new elements, and of course, new consequences. We have to put this in the attention of all the governments. This is not just Aribel's point of view. This is something that we have to be, putting our attention. Warner Group, what is going on with the prices, the Black Sea, grains. Unfortunately, Russia has been trying to do a trap into different countries that need the grains in order to survive. And what I propose today is what I have mentioned to you, the Pentagon spiral model, but also I encourage the Ukrainian government to keep doing a strong grain diplomacy in order to make governments to have clear that every time they receive Russian grains as a present is a way to stop the peace. And if really governments want to encourage peace in Ukraine, they need to keep encouraging and moving forward in this grain machine in order to move forward of still importing Ukrainian grains, because that's the only way Ukraine could make and put into the attention of the global society, the international community, that they cannot move into Russia's trap, but it's important to have in mind, in terms of grain diplomacy, that Ukraine is the biggest player, not just for grains, but also for world peace. In case you are interested of a global discussion of how the economics work in terms of this war, I highly recommend you this book of Nicholas Mulder, The Economic Weapon. And thank you very much for your kind attention. And this is my social media. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you for this presentation, and especially ending with the slides on sanctions, because actually we were promised, in case of Russian full-scale invasion, the West will impose hellish sanctions that Russian economy will collapse. But after the full-scale war and actually genocide, unfortunately, Western sanctions didn't reach the effect of stopping Russian aggressive and constant bombing. So Russia continues to use food as a weapon, and actually it destroys our port infrastructure and grain storage facilities with missile attacks. More than 300,000 millions tons of grain, 105 port infrastructure facilities were damaged or partially destroyed after Russia withdrew from the Black Sea Grain Initiative this July. Can you imagine the number? If I'm thinking, when I'm thinking about this number of destroyed grain, how many people could receive it? So it's about millions of people suffering because of hunger, because we haven't received in time proper anti-air defense systems to protect critical energy infrastructure. And if we are talking about sanctions, so we are discussing about sanctions on military industry, banking sector, individuals, and oil, because the price cap is still $60 per barrel. No one reconsider this. So actually, this is also a hypocrisy to help to say that we are with Ukraine, but the sanctions not at the level when we could prevent Russia from new terroristic attacks. And all the components that Russia is using now to produce more rockets, kamikaze drones, these components are from Western countries. 90% from the US and Switzerland, Germany, and others. So I think we have to be very openly telling our partners that we need not comfortable for Western economy sanctions, but real hellish sanctions for Russian economy not to be able to produce more weapons in next 2 years. So thanks for raising this. And also, we recently started a campaign, Make Russia Pay. The International Center for Ukrainian Victory launched this campaign a month ago, and we already communicated with G7 ambassadors here in Ukraine, and we will be traveling to all key capitals, London, Canada, then Brussels, Berlin, promoting this idea of confiscation of Russian sovereign assets. Because when we are hearing about fatigue of the war from people who are not fighting, not sitting in trenches, but no political will to confiscate Russian assets, so it's really very worrying. But now I would like to move to Philippines, to Monsi Serrano, who is received 2 international People's Empowerment for the Advancement of Communities and Environment Awards, given by Universal Peace Federation for the Philippine Business and News and Stop Corruption Philippines. So also Monsi Alfonso Serrano is also a Henry Ford awardee for journalism in 2021. So I think also Russia weaponized information and also trying to change the reality. So what is the situation in Philippines? As a also journalist, what would you say, how you evaluate from the beginning of full-scale aggression till now? what else could be done actually to convince people that tougher economic sanctions, especially through people to convince world leaders, including UN, because from the resolution in March 2022, which demand unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops from the whole territory of Ukraine, nothing really happened. We've seen even position of the UN somehow trying to push Ukraine for deal with Russia on the Black Sea grain initiative. We heard about this debate on withdrawal of sanctions from Rossельhozbank, chaired by the son of Patrushev and others. In Philippines, what people are thinking there about Russian weaponization of food as weaponization of hunger, and what else could be done from our side?
Good afternoon. And from the Philippines, they're extending their greetings to you. Of course, Ukraine is facing two wars, two front wars, right? Attacking the different facilities, infrastructures, then the war in disinformation. As a journalist, this is something that I've been fighting for. In fact, I put up the page of the Philippine for Ukrainians. Filipinos support Ukraine and Ukrainians. It is something that I just thought before when I interviewed a lot of displaced Ukrainian last March and April when I was there in Krakow, in Czech, and also in Warsaw. I felt that there's a moral obligation for me as a journalist to fight this. And that also compelled me to come up with a documentary film. Later on, I can share to you the trailer. The disinformation is something that really upsets me as a journalist. And it is sad that in the Philippines, because of the distance that we have, I think young people are not really that concerned. But I have to go and explain to them from time to time that everything that's happening right now, in fact, Hannah called it 3 Fs. I called it 4 Fs. The food, fertilizer, fuel, and finance. The money aspect is going to hurt us. And this is also one thing that Ukraine can adapt and tell to the partners that the sanction must really be seriously implemented, because the moment it's just a victory in paper, it's useless. We really have to do something about it. In fact, I was really shocked that pre-pandemic, there are around 135 million affected by food insecurity. And last July, World Health Organization released that there are already 900 million affected by food insecurity. Food security, by the way, is not the absence of or scarcity of supply. Food security is about nutritious food, availability, and of course, the distribution. And Russia's playbook is very simple. We are also experiencing this in the Philippines with China. We have the West Philippine Sea issue. You know, I was kicked out by Chinese embassy in the Viber group as media because I was one of those who asked tough questions. I was removed unceremoniously. Anybody or anyone who knows the playbook will be kicked out. So let us continue to sustain awareness. Let us continue to fight when we see already some narratives which you can already smell more or less. You have to stop it. In fact, I was surprised about the technology that was presented yesterday that Ukraine was able to develop that. I think that would be useful not only here in Ukraine, but also in other countries. Fighting the disinformation actually would create more troubles and more favor to Russia. The Black Sea Initiative, canceling it last July, Russia really wanted it to create chaos. This is my analysis, right? Because the more chaos it is, the more less attention will be given to Ukraine. The recent fight with Hamas, we had this global media update from the Israel Foreign Ministry, and at the back of my mind, I said, this is dangerous. Someone must be playing. A while ago, we discussed the peace order or deal with China. I was talking to Dr. Ivan a while ago that I don't like to play. I hope Ukraine will not play the China's way of peace process or peace deal. Why? Because China is the best friend of Russia. The moment you take the stand or the peace deal of China, even they said they are going to be broker for peace between Russia and Ukraine, there is something that I see that Russia and China will collaborate in the end. The way I see it, my malicious thought is this. Russia would like to dominate the West, and China wants to dominate the East. And how can they do that? By depriving people to eat. There will be famine, there will be starvation. And always remember, the moment, it's Maslow's hierarchy of human need, the basic principle. Once you satisfy the basic food, everybody's okay. So they know how to target. This is something that also an opportunity in my mind for Ukraine to explore the ASEAN market. You know, we are also in the same, the bread in the Philippines, I know one of the oldest bakery in the Philippines is complaining when Russia invaded Ukraine. They said that, what will happen to the bread? And in less than 3 months, the bread shrink, it became smaller, and the price went higher. How are we going to address this? To my mind, this can be addressed by coming up, not by surrendering, our rights to the Russian or to the aggressor, but to pressure the global community that the sanctions be implemented. It should not be a paper victory. It should not be something that we'll just be happy that, hey, there was a sanction. No, it is something that is measurable, something that is manageable, and something that we can monitor. If we don't do that, we will fail.
Thank you for this speech, and actually I fully agree that what lessons should we learn after almost 10 years of Russian ongoing aggression against Ukraine? I do remember 2014 when Russia invaded Ukraine and with the attempt of illegal annexation of Crimea. And after 8 years of peaceful settlement, of attempts to solve Russian aggression through the diplomatic or political diplomatic ways, this approach failed. So Russia is committing genocide. And the success of our collective efforts would have been happened if we avoid the genocide that Russia is committing against us. So this is why in India I saw a lot of disappointed in Global North from representatives of Global South, because they learned the lessons that unfortunately we couldn't prevent Russia from full-scale genocide. So, and I think what's happening now in the Middle East, terror from Hamas on Israel, And what could happen in Taiwan? Actually, I visited Taiwan with the delegation from ICV last year. And during the Warsaw Security Forum just a week ago, we had a meeting with Taiwanese delegation. And they are worried about potential attack from China, seizing the opportunity when in the US people and parties are debating to invade and to create new conflict zone. And how world leaders will manage many battlefields or new theaters of the war tensions or terror. So I think it's really important to explain this delay with weapons to Ukraine. It's also damaging the credibility of international organizations, UN, NATO, world leaders to stop tyranny, to stop aggressor, dictators and others. So coming back, since I mentioned Taiwan, and of course, I do believe that God will save, protect, and the attention will not distract from Ukraine, and everything will be fine there. But also what is really important, and now I would like to move to Pavel Panasyuk, Ukrainian innovator, startupper in agriculture sphere, because everyone is also mentioning our Turkish panelist mentioned that Russia is stealing not just grain and also all strategic resources. And Ukraine is a very rich country having critical raw materials. This is the future technologies, industry materials, and it's really important for the future. But agriculture sector, Pavel, could you tell us, is it possible that Ukraine could become Taiwan in high-tech agriculture technologies? How we could solve some of the problems like demining and also revitalization of land, also with water supply, what your startups, your innovations, how they could save the world, help farmers to be more innovative, creative, and feed the world, and actually with your technologies, can Ukraine, after victory, to feed, as I mentioned at the beginning of our panel, 1 billion of people, not just 400 million? Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Hi, everyone. I think the only strategy which is really valid for Ukraine today is to be, and let's introduce some startup lingo, to be ready beyond ahead. So to be really prepared for all future activities and not just to react to whatever is happening here today, but just to think in future terms. We are analyzing the consequences of this aggression. We are analyzing the policies which have been introduced. But so far we see that there is very little being done in terms of implementation of these policies, and as such policies also can be questioned. In my I don't want to call it a speech, but thinking about what is happening here today, I would like to analyze what was happening with food security, with global food security in the past, yesterday, what is happening here today, and what will happen in the future. So, in general, if we speak about food security, we can analyze the situation, and this was already done in presentation by Aribel and many other speakers before, that if we speak about agriculture, we have to take into consideration some factors. Some of these factors are human-made, some of these factors are objective. What are the objective factors? We are facing global warming, right? So this is still the reality, despite the war. So we're facing global warming, and that leads to water scarcity. What does it mean, water scarcity? 60% of the world population doesn't have enough water. So when I was in school, I learned that Colorado River flows into Mexican Bay. Well, guess, it doesn't anymore. So if I'm correct, it ends on the border with Mexico, right? Because the United States just uses all the water which flows through Colorado River. Imagine that Poland, surprisingly, has right now the same level of water retention as Egypt. All right, Poland, Egypt. Seemingly very well doing country in terms of water resources. Poland right now has a huge national program about water retention. In this light, what is happening in Ukraine, and especially the diversions caused on Kakhovka dam, is really an act of genocide. And in light of what is happening there, Ukraine will have to think its agriculture from the beginning, especially related to the areas in the south of Ukraine which were heavily dependent on water supply from this river, from this basin. At the same time, we are facing the situation when we have aging global population. That means less productive workers which can work in agriculture, less people who can produce food. And for Ukraine, this is an additional challenge because for security reasons, people move away from affected area. And this causes problem for many colleagues, as you have heard today as well. Another problem is that fertile lands are getting polluted. They are not that productive anymore, right? So the average and usual reply from the industry, from the agricultural industry, is let's put more fertilizers. Guess what? If you don't have enough rain, it's not going to help. So it's going just to contribute to additional problems. So this is not an imminent answer to how to feed more people and do it, and right now I'm moving to more human cost factors according to several policies which have been implemented large scale right now in the world. One of them is, for example, EU Green Deal. It means that 25% of European food should be produced in an organic way by year 2035. Seemingly, it's far away. Seemingly, it's not affecting Ukraine anymore. But guess what? After victory, we have to be prepared to deliver food according to the standards if we want to be present on those markets. Another factor which is highly affecting food security is food losses along the supply chain. 30% or more of food is wasted from field to fork. This is called like the food supply chain. So as you deliver food, you encounter losses during this process. And 30% of all food globally is wasted. So that all leads to a situation that even before the invasion of Ukraine, even before 2014, the situation was so much strained that global food security was an everyday issue for politicians. And we have a statistics that by 2020, 30 countries had food inflation, and that means how much you spend on food, how much families spend on food, about 15%. That means that half of the population spent more than half of their budget just on food, just to keep them nutritioned. So this is a huge challenge, and right now let's move to what is happening today. So how Ukraine is going to react and what is going to happen in Ukraine. And we have already heard the answer to this question. We are going to weaponize the agriculture. Not we. Agriculture is going to be weaponized, one way or another. Either, like it's first time I heard today that farmers do not dream about tractors and agricultural equipment, but about air defense missiles and system how to protect their workers, okay? So this is the reality we live in. Another factor which was widely discussed here today is that very weak reaction from international community created a window of opportunity for Russian Federation to weaponize supply chain. So they threatened grain corridors, and in reaction, Western powers and certain European countries had to also engage their military to protect the supply chain. And this is going to happen more and more often, I believe. However, I believe we didn't talk enough about the largest weapon which is used in this war. I mean, from the position of food security. And that is fertilizer and fertilizer supply. Despite the sanctions which were imposed globally on certain Russian companies, on certain individuals, Russia still remains the top player on the fertilizer market. Russia is responsible right now for the delivery of 50 million tons of different fertilizers. First of all, NPK, which is nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus. And that represents 13% of total. And right now, can anybody tell me who is the largest buyer of Russian fertilizer? No. No. United States. United States buy over 20%, or like 20% of the fertilizers United States imports comes from Russia. So talk about the policies of double standards, right? This is an extremely interesting issue, because if we think in terms how to prevent Russia getting their additional money flows from international markets, we should be able to finish this war faster and in more efficient way, with many more lives saved. So out of this, two immediate conclusions come. So first conclusion is that we are living in very much interconnected world, and the problem of one country very fast becomes the problem for everybody else. So, and I don't think we need a big debate about that. And then another conclusion is that we need to think beyond these stopgap measures, beyond immediate sanctions. We need to think more in a structural approach where we address this existing system, where we think what can be done to analyze root causes and eliminate this process, these causes in the future. From our point of view, this is the only way. And I thank you for bringing the chess on the table, because this is the example which I always use. Checker player, or the player who plays checkers, never beats the player who plays chess, right? So this is about strategic approach. We need to play long. And in our understanding, playing long is reinventing the Ukrainian agriculture, cutting its ties to Russia, and bringing Ukrainian technological innovation to the market. And to give you some examples, I will speak about the companies we are developing right now and we are trying to promote. Yeah, just very briefly. So one of them is dynamic air cooling, and this is the cooling technology which uses no freons, requires half of the electricity, and is able to greatest contribute to food security in terms of how food is transported and stored. Then we have a company which is dedicated to water supply, and that company deals with cleaning all types of water and turning it into potable water. And then finally we brought a company which is able to produce organic fertilizer right from the materials which are developed on site locally. So there is no need to import fertilizer from abroad. Farmer can be totally independent and produce their own fertilizer as they need it. So, and we believe that these solutions, this is something what we can deliver, bring to the market. And this is the strategy, this is the way to go for Ukraine. And probably final words. As sad as it may be, we don't believe that this is the last conflict, the last strategy. We are right now seeing two very active wars in Ukraine and in Israel. And unfortunately, these are not going to be last wars in 21st century. So instead of fighting the consequences of these wars, we should try to think about how to prevent wars, because this is a much more effective strategy. And by investing into war prevention, we are able to save significant amounts of money and resources from rebuilding what was wasted during these wars. And from Ukraine's perspective, of course, every crisis will cause or may cause a destruction. And therefore, it's vitally important that Ukraine builds what is required most, and that is sustainable solidarity. These are sustainable alliances through technology, through economical connections, through politics, through military support, which are able to sustain all types of crises we are going to face in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And actually, the document we also produced, the Sustainable Peace Manifesto, where we mention actually how to reach sustainable peace. So responsibility for the war is important. Also reparations, and also important that Ukraine becomes in the future member of the NATO and the EU, and punishment, because I think after World War II, the Nazi regime and the society went through economic punishment. So what never happened with Russia. I'm slowly moving to the next panel, which will be on decolonization de-imperialization of Russian empire, which is important, but since we still have 5 minutes and we started, I want to also, not just after such brilliant presentations, especially from our farmers, what they are facing and how to help them. I see already 3 hands, so please ask questions, not make your speeches, that our panelists will have time to respond. So 3 hands, so please, and then please introduce yourself and just mention whom the lady, please. The man is sitting here and there, yeah. So 3, yes. Just a second, we will bring the mic.
Yeah, I think that it's been framed, the whole conference and this discussion as well as framed very importantly in terms of the entitlement and right to food and how the war affects that and how Ukraine can speak to that. But I want to ask all the panelists here, actually, whoever would like to respond.
Just one panelist, because...
Well, whoever wants to respond, preferably, from Ukraine. I'm asking, Hannah, you were in India, maybe you can decide who would like to respond. Because I don't expect a Ukrainian farmer to respond. My point is that we have been here, and I think we've had a conspicuous silence on an enormous humanitarian crisis and hunger crisis that is unfolding in Gaza. It used to depend on Ukraine for quite a bit of its needs. It's been suffering since last year. And I am a little tired of listening to the comparisons from important persons here about how the Hamas attack is something like the Russian attack. Sure, the Hamas attack was horrible. There is an anti-Semitic element to it, and there's no, I have no love lost there. But the point is that the systematic cutting off of electricity, of food, when people in Gaza and those sympathetic to it listen to Russia talk about how they are caring for the people of Gaza and this and that, and they hear radio silence from Ukraine except talking about the war in Israel. I think that, don't you think that there has to be a better response on the question of food, on the question of human rights, on the question of justice? We cannot have the moral, we are here to campaign for Ukraine, but it's a little galling to hear things about justice and radio silence about a terrible, violations of international law. We're talking about Russia violating international law vis-a-vis food and food supplies and other things. Well, so is Israel, and systematically so. So I think we need to call spades spades. I'd like to respond.
Thank you for this question. Please, yes, take the mic. And please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Stanislav Sereda. I'm project manager with the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue. We are working on global food security, help to export grain. I have more comment, but of course your response to it would be welcome. One of the things that Ukraine right now is doing is trying to break through Russian blockade. Basically, a lot of ships are coming in and coming out, and actually right now I just read the news that another 3 ships are coming in. What is most important here, and I think it's important for everyone, for the global south as well, there are 2 scenarios around it: win-win and lose-lose. Win-win, it means Ukraine forces its way, of breaking through the blockade, and Russia realizes that, if it tries to sink Ukrainian ships, then probably their own shipments will be in danger. And then it decides, okay, there is this balance of equilibrium of power and nothing happens. There is a lose-lose scenario. And I think it's quite important that everyone understands that Russia might try to force the blockade that will actually end up in, naval war, and of all the grain from the Black Sea, Ukrainian and Russian, which is a quarter of world grain, being stopped from shipping. Why would Russia want it? I don't know, I don't want to speculate, but, if you think, okay, causing even more chaos, could it be in the interest? You never know, but I think it's quite important that you, as the Global South, it means that you might have a bit more influence on Russia through diplomatic channels than the West, then Ukraine, that you still promote the win-win solution. But your comments are welcome on it. Sorry for taking too long.
Yes, and please, here on the first.
Like other speakers, I would make statements, but just a quick question. My name is Alex Bobrovnikov. I'm a non-fiction writer and an investigative author. A question from for our colleague from Turkey. You did this absolutely astounding research on this, I call it a gray zone activity of Russia, whether selling the grain and mixing it up with its own grain and so on and so forth. My question is, I mean, it's pretty hard to calculate the effective, not the number of vessels that you could do, but the money, the cash flow that basically went back to Kremlin and its proxies during this, I would say, campaign and this crusade as they perform it, you know, to bring stolen grain and plundered grain to the market. Thank you.
And the last question, please.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Nick Yurlov. I'm a senior legal counsel at Truth Hounds, a Ukrainian NGO which investigates and documents war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. My question is to those two colleagues that have brought in the board games as analogues for what we have. So both chess and checkers are considered to be zero-sum games. But in fact, there is a possibility for both players to agree to a draw if the situation allows, or if there's a stalemate. The reality in Ukraine is that we don't have the possibility to agree to a draw with the Russian Federation. Russia's declared goal was very clear in Putin's article: to destroy Ukraine as a nation, to commit genocide of Ukrainians, and to turn everything into Russia. Therefore, do you think that the analogy with chess and checkers doesn't quite work when we have our survival of a nation at stake? Thank you.
So, thank you everyone for your questions. Let's start from Turkey.
I will say, you know, the shipments are two ways. There is a network of probably 3 to 4 dozen small vessels work to feed the bigger vessels. And we have 25 or so vessels that are in good international shape. They work directly from occupied cities of Ukraine or from the ship-to-ship areas of the southern Kerch anchorage. And these are mostly Russian flag or Syrian flag vessels, but there are a couple other convenience flag vessels. These are companies, they're hiding in the crowd in places like UAE and unfortunately like Turkey, because these are major trading places. The companies clone themselves, so you have to stay constantly active to follow them. The same ships belong to the company A. Later on, the entire fleet gets transferred to the company B. So these are all getting documented. And one day, Ukraine will get compensated for this. But it's very important to keep documenting because they're actively trying.
What was the cash flow?
The cash flow, probably we are looking to something, conservatively speaking, given maybe they gave some discounts to sell it, to unload it, etc., I will say 8 to 9 billion euros worth of agricultural commodities is removed. Coal, etc., is very complex because maybe it comes to places like Turkey and other places and gets mixed with other imports, etc. So we are again probably possibly looking billions of dollars of billions of euros of trade. Since the last 18 months, since the last 18, 19 months. So this is a very big number. I will dare to go just for 10 seconds to the participants from India's very rightful concern. But I think there is a very limit of how much we can compare the Israeli situation with Ukraine's situation. I mean, Israel's situation is very complex. Hamas is not even a country. It's not even an organization. You know, it started as a social movement, and there is major influence of Netanyahu government's strange policies that the current crisis started. Not just, you know, I'm not going to go into that. So here, there is a Ukraine is under major aggression, and one needs to appreciate President Zelensky's incredible diplomatic talents. Some of the openings today, because Israel, the country that President Zelensky issued such graceful statements, Israel refused to give some of the defense products that Ukraine is very badly needed, and which Hannah mentioned it. Ukraine's major infrastructure, agricultural civilian infrastructure, is under attack because we, as a West, all the NATO members, etc., we cannot transfer, amazingly, enough defense, air defense material to Ukraine. So while Israel is holding key systems that can pass to Ukraine, these statements in the diplomatic circle is very acceptable. And for a country which is under a massive invasion, Ukraine is doing more than enough for the African world. While Russians are just talking and just not even surpassing even implementing what they are talking, Ukraine, with the grain initiative, passed so much free grain to Africa. So yes, there is some ugliness on the top, on the words, but this is a necessary move so Ukraine can have access to the air defense that badly needs, because we are not providing fast enough.
So the voices of Ukrainian farmers.
Дякую, Ганна. Що я хотів сказати?
Well, thank you, Anna. Well, talking about the grain corridor as well as the checkboard, I would like to say, as a farmer, that we as Ukraine, we cannot agree to any checkboard scenario. We have to go till the very end. But for that, we do need the support of the Western partners, from more specifically the support in air defense. Last year, we've started to develop grain export through the Danube River, and if not for so many attacks against the ports of the Danube River, then Ukrainian farmers would not be facing such a crisis. I believe we have to move on. We have to develop the alternative exports corridors, and for the sake of food safety, our Western partner should provide us with more air defense to protect the Danube River ports, and then to move on. To move on in cooperation with Romania by extending cargo supplies through the ports of Constanța, and then together with the EU we could increase the scope of supplies through the railroad. Therefore, I believe that we shall never agree to the checkboard scenario, and it will not be beneficial to anyone. We missed this terror in 2014, we have this terror in 2022, now we have a new terror in Israel. Therefore, there's also expectations of what might happen in Taiwan, so we cannot make any concessions. Instead, we should stop this terror. Otherwise, it will continue to spread around the world. One more thing I wanted to add in response to the first question. We, in Ukrainians, we feel it's very horrible when someone is dying, when there is no electricity, there is no food, because we felt what it is when you arrive to the household and they can see with bread, and they haven't seen bread for 64 days because there was no electricity or no bread for 64 days. So everyone should stop the terror spreading the world. Thank you.
The question, obviously, in my perspective, we are having two different chessboards. The chessboard where one player is Ukraine and on the other side is Russia. But at the same time, we are having a world chessboard where there are different players, and every chess piece that represents different countries, I see that each one is playing their own game. So instead of having like a multilateral movement, we are just seeing unilateral movements that represent individual geopolitical interests and economic interests. So on this different place, let's see about the result of every movement, so that checkmate not necessarily will be world peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Russian genocide against Ukraine is an attack on humanity. And we all, how to say, every day, when we are receiving news from Kramatorsk, Sumy region, when new civilians are being killed as a result of constant massive missile attack. So, of course, the key for us to get everything we need, the tool to finish the job and to defeat the enemy. And what is the most important now, because in the this November, there will be commemoration of 90th anniversary of Holodomor genocide. 90 years, and it's less than within 1 century. 2 genocides from Russia happen against Ukraine. So I think it's really important the world is brave as Ukrainian armed forces to tell the truth and to recognize Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Even with this, we are facing a lot of problems. There is a lack of political will. We mentioned terroristic organization, but Wagner Group in some capitals hasn't been recognized as a terroristic organization. So I think we are thankful to the European Parliament's Bundestag for recognition the Holodomor as a genocide, and recently this week Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe also. But isn't too late, almost 90 years to recognize Holodomor when millions of people were dying because of hunger. And actually, as I told previously, the success of our collective efforts would have been happen if we prevent, if we avoid the genocides. Never again. So I think the key is here to make lessons learned. And punishment, justice, tribunal, finally has to happen. Russia should be de-imperialized because it's not just about regime change. It's about also imperialistic nature of Russian society, which allowed Russian totalitarian regime not just to invade Ukraine in 2014, but also every day Russian taxpayers are giving money to the totalitarian regime to kill Ukrainians, to weaponize food, to weaponize hunger. So there are many friends of mine in the trenches now. So of course we are praying every day, asking God to give God's shield to protect our armed forces. I don't like such comparisons like Ukraine is a shield for Europe or others. We are not shield. Actually, we want the world to provide the best weapon to our armed forces, our soldiers, artillery, modern tanks, anti-air defense system, ATACMS, F-16. And actually, the wake-up call, unfortunately, was missed in 2014. And the price which all people in the world are now paying for their reluctance to defend the rules-based order. And the longer war lasts in Ukraine and the less weapon we are receiving, the West is losing credibility. Credibility to defend values, rules-based order, and actually the chances to restore a global security architecture is unfortunately decreasing. So my call is give Ukraine everything we need to finish the job, to defeat the enemy, and then please, it's my call to G7 countries, to UN and others. Tribunal is important. And I don't understand some hesitations or reluctance to do this. Confiscation of Russian assets, also important step. Demilitarization of the Black Sea and true defense of the Black Sea area and freedom of navigation, also important. Someone who really thinks that they could sacrifice Ukraine to appease the aggressor, we will receive the World War III, the global war which will cost millions, I don't want to say billions of people. So this is why it's finally time to answer on the question, what is the end game of the world if Ukraine runs out of soldiers. So I think it's very important to finally have this victory strategy for Ukraine as a common strategy for democracy, as a common strategy for humanity, as a common strategy for the world, because defeating the enemy of Ukraine is the best deterrent strategy. And I do believe that we will succeed, but the faster we get everything we need, this sense of urgency I'm saying it from my friends, from Ukrainian soldiers, which are, when we are sitting and speaking here, they are protecting, defending us. So I don't want us in Kyiv to be like in bubble, discussing, and what is really important, actually, and I do believe that next Rammstein will produce more political bravery decision on the weapons needed for Ukraine to restore territorial integrity and sovereignty, to restore justice, and to defeat the enemy. Thank you, my brilliant speakers, panelists, for your contribution. So especially with the analysis, expertise, and solutions, and also special applause to farmers and your families that you stayed in Ukraine, you believe in Ukraine, and thank you to our innovators and startups how to become in the future, because this is the marathon. And our colleagues from Mexico, Philippines, Turkey, and the whole sitting here in this room. So we believe that the world is not divided by global north, global south. We are all belonging to the humanity, and actually we all obliged to defend our values as a human beings, what we believe. So God save Ukraine. Thank you everyone who is here today with us. And let me also mention that, and would like to remind you that in parallel with the next session on decolonialism, there will be a side event about impact of war and violence on women and society. It starts at 4 p.m. at Maidan Hall. It's second floor of the hotel. For those willing to attend the side event, please use an elevator and go to the Maidan Hall at the second floor. Simultaneous interpretation into English, Spanish, Ukrainian will be provided. I think it's really important to participate in this panel. And also there will be very impressive speakers. So thank you. Thank you for everything.
Okay, everyone, we are going to start our panel. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. Okay, everyone, I believe we can start our panel on decolonialism, lessons of the past and challenges of the present. My name is Martin Kisui. I am a historian of Crimea and Crimean Tatars. And today we will have a panel. We will start it with a keynote speech by Mridula Ghosh. And after the keynote speech, we will have a discussion with our panelists. Mr. Ali Maliyev, Crimean Tatar activist and deputy head of Ukrainian Institute. Dr. Marat Ilyasov, scholar from Chechen scholar, visiting scholar at George Washington University in US. He will join us online via Zoom. Felix Mardiaga, academic and former presidential candidate and president of Nicaraguan Freedom Foundation. Dr. Batakas Kasambekova, assistant professor of modern history at the University of Basel. Reverend Madihai Tambiana Wampo, Chief Executive Officer at the AGAP Humanitarian Outreach, convener of a Democratic Pressure Group, Arise Ghana, and elite convener of political activist group Justice for Ghana. I will start with a short, brief introduction by myself. I will try to be very brief because we really have plenty of issues to talk about and a lot of questions to ask each other. But I want to frame our panel very, very quick, in a very short manner. 106 years ago, a Congress of the enslaved peoples of Russia was hosted by the Ukrainian parliament here in Kiev on September of 1917. On its first day, the head of Crimean Tatars delegation, Jafer Sidemet, he paid tribute to the hosts and wished success to the Ukrainian movement. Simon Petlura, the head of Ukrainian government, replied in turn, I firmly believe that Russia stands on the brink of death when it does not turn to the living sources of the nation that comprise it. All of us, Ukrainians, Crimean Tatars, and all others are great nations. Unfortunately, Bolsheviks won the war. And for Ukrainians as well for Crimean Tatars and many other nations of the former Russian Empire, the Soviet rule was highlighted by tragic events. 20th century was an age of genocides and neocolonialism provided by Soviet Union. By the moment this Congress of enslaved people of Russia happened, Crimea was occupied for more than a century by Russia. The Russian annexation of Crimea in 1783 began the history of Russian presence in the peninsula. And this process of incorporation of the peninsula into the Russian Empire, it was slow and happened through the 19th century, a century of colonization in the history of Western European empires. The history of Russian imperial control over Crimea through the 19th century shared many of the Western settler colonial practices. Crimean Tatars were often portrayed as wild, uncivilized, poorly organized, aggressive societies that needed guidance from more advanced powers. In the manifesto that proclaimed the annexation of the peninsula, Catherine II justified the takeover with the inability of Crimean Tatars to govern themselves. Thus, she followed a narrative that Western empires used to justify colonization. I want to pass the word to Mridula for a keynote speech that will frame our panel and focus on the issues we were going to talk about. The floor is yours. It's true now. It's already on.
Good afternoon, everybody. As keynote speaker, I probably will have to highlight certain aspects of the topic in general, and I would not like to go very deep into it, but unfortunately have to start with this very strange perception that we are starting to discuss something which people discuss in the 19th century, phenomenon which should not happen today in the 20th century. Sadly, Ukraine unfortunately had to pass through these processes which resulted in these tragic events, and that has laid bare the whole essence of what colonialism is. Ukraine, to be frank, was not even seen as a proper country. I would not even hesitate to say that, because in my personal experience, many times I come from India, I stay and work in Ukraine. Many times I was asked, where do you stay? When I asked Ukraine, I said, okay, you are in Russia. So that was a shock for me, but I had to keep that shock within me. The language, the same thing. Ukrainian, is there a language really? I mean, this was the perception of another part of the world where I belong to. In spite of these personal experiences, we know that 24th February 2022 is that date which has made the world rethink about many things. First of all, Ukrainians started thinking about many things. If before, Ukrainians were hesitant to talk about colonialism from their perspective, I had discussions with a lot of academics, a lot of politicians, that they were very hesitant to think of even colonialism affecting Ukraine back during the Soviet times. However, today it is acknowledged by every Ukrainian that what they are passing through is a war of decolonization and a war of liberation. Ukrainians have been fighting this war since 1991, and even maybe before. Some would even say that they have been fighting this for 300 or 400 years. But to put it, in a more reasonable framework, I would say that 2014, with the occupation of Crimea, the signal for decolonization becomes very open. An occupation of Crimea sets the tone for decolonization. And the war that started in 2022 made it open. Now, the problems of understanding Ukraine, I will just say a few words. That's the perception. It's in the mental map of Ukraine, mental map of every person. What is the place of Ukraine? There is a historical inertia everybody suffered from. And there is the Russocentric historiography, Russocentric stereotypes. As a result, we had what? We had underappreciation, undervalued, ignored, and sometimes taken for granted. Together with it, even in the Western universities, including even, in the universities of what we call Global South, there is very little intellectual inquiry and public discourse. And what can we expect from the policymakers? We hardly can expect anything. And please add to that the grand bulldozer. What is the grand bulldozer? That is the Russian media and soft power, which is there to sway everything away. And let's take the truth. It's the post-truth war, the wartime extremities, and of course, the humanitarian crisis, what Ukraine goes through. Ukraine's coloniality, academically, is very difficult to trace. It's not a traditional colony that the world thinks of academically. Like, all colonies were in the southern hemisphere, and colonial people usually are with dark skin. Unfortunately, there is a very serious racial element in it, but these subaltern Ukrainians were culturally colonized, linguistically colonized, not racially. We have to understand that therefore the marginalization was collective and not necessarily individual. You could see a lot of Ukrainians occupying high posts during the Soviet era, but that does not signify that there was no colonialism, because the marginalization affected large groups. I would not talk about the language discrimination only. There is another subtle note to it, a very psychological note, that is mystifying of Ukraine by Russia bearing what they call it like the white man's burden, we are trying to do something better. We are trying to help the Ukrainians. And there is this imperial narrative which was perpetuated during the Soviet times. And therefore, colonial Ukraine was Little Russia, which today Putin is angry because Putin thinks it's anti-Russia. How can this be? This should always be the Little Russia. Of course, this ambivalence leads to something like, politically imperial, but, it is aesthetically ethnic. Oh, how sweet they are. How sweet they sing songs. This is the role that Ukrainians were given to. I would also say, using the words of a famous Ukrainian academic, Mykola Repchuk, he says, Ukrainians were like the Friday in Robinson Crusoe's, in the story of Robinson Crusoe. Friday remains a good Friday, until Friday is Friday. When Friday demands more, it cannot be allowed. So that was the role ascribed to Ukrainians. In today's rhetoric, we see, therefore, that they are not able to fight. You see, the NATO is fighting on their behalf. Everything is being done by the others. So they are a colony of the West. That is the rhetoric of Putin and his administration. I would point out that here you can find in all the narratives, basically, not only the narratives that Ukrainians are like, they are fighting as Nazis, and they are being like puppets in the hand of the West, and they are stooges. This is something that is emanating out of a great fear of Ukraine searching for its identity and successfully carving it out. And therefore, I come to the conclusion that decolonization is something very different today than we know in textbooks. In textbooks, it was all about the Eurocentric view of decolonization, that is against the West. So most academics in the Global South, they would tend to say, where do we figure decolonization in this? But this is a historic process. And in this historic process, if we think of decolonization, it is decolonizing the mind, first of all. And it starts with the public discourse, the media, and the academia. And that is, something that stopped in the 60s. We think decolonization is over. it is not no more there. But therefore, today's conflict, as it is everywhere said, conflict in Ukraine, let it be like conflict, war, aggressive war, genocide. What is happening is terrible. All these words collectively even do not say what a generation is getting lost. So this is also a process of decolonization and the realization of how to interpret this war and how to build alliances will only show if we are having the decolonization or not. And this is a process of not only preparing a new global architecture, but a new international order. And this was seen, as we remember, with Crimea occupation. The world ignored, honestly. There was nothing substantially done except for sanctions. And until now, we know that we have to liberate Crimea. I was, shocked. I shocked many people in my country, India, as when I said that if you say Crimea is Russian, Crimea is as much Russian as India is British. Because British came to India in 1776. There was a war in 1757, and then the whole process started. So the British Empire has its time, and the conquest of Crimea by Russians were in 1783, as our honorable moderator said already. So thinking from this, when the rhetoric goes that Crimea is Russian and so it must be left to Russia, is greatly, ignoring the simple past and becoming myopic, becoming so short-sighted that it is ignoring the lot of people, territories. And this is something that is even, I would say, a historical crime to be committed. Now, decolonizing wars, this is a decolonizing war. We do not have decolonization peacefully. We are fighting a war. And when we say, like, race is not important in this case, because Ukraine is a multiracial country. Crimea is very much a multiracial, multi-religious, and a very different country. And it is home to the biggest indigenous people in Ukraine, and a very respected community, a community which deserves historical justice. And for the global left, I'm very surprised that, this support to Putin's regime is somewhat tangential to fighting the West. The fighting the West is so much of an obsession for many of these, the leftists. So for them, it is somewhat a very touchy issue to speak in favor of Ukraine as a colonial country which needs to get decolonized. And it's a post-colonial country. I would not say Ukraine is a colony because Ukraine is independent since many years. I think, to sum up, that resilience of the people has shown that what it is to be a post-colonial nation. I also think that the defense and military strategy will also shows that this nation together, a civic understanding of decolonization is what is happening. Now, what we have is time to think of an alliance of middle powers, alliance of powers that are having some similar status, similar situations, similar problems across the globe, as well as to think of Ukraine's non-aggressive foreign policy. Even today, you can see that Ukraine is not going and occupying Russian territory. Until recently, it was not hitting even Russian territory. So this is a new concept of security that they are just defending themselves. So Ukraine deserves a lot more than it is today getting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for opening our panel. And I'm proposing to our panelists to share with us and each other their thoughts and reflections on the topic of our panel. their inputs. I believe we can start with Dr. Kasambekova.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be here. It was an amazing experience for me to meet people from around the world, and I think it's a very decolonial moment. And I will start kind of with my biography a little bit, then to come to bigger conclusions about what decolonization could mean practically, I think, for Ukraine, but also for the region. So I grew up in Kazakhstan, and in kind of Soviet schooling, what we learned was mostly about Russia. So I knew from my textbooks more about Moscow than my own city. I knew Russian history, Russian literature much better. So I kind of, every time something happened in Russia, I really empathized and I identified with people there because I was taught to love Russia. Whereas I didn't know much about Kazakhstan, I didn't know much about other cities in Kazakhstan. But a community and a nation lives in stories. We were denied the story about ourselves, so that story didn't exist. So when during the Soviet times, for example, in the 1970s, Kazakh students wanted to write about the hunger that took away 40% of Kazakhs, it was punishable. That story was not allowed to exist in the Soviet times. Those people, those young intellectuals who tried to do that, they were repressed on the basis of nationalism. So the stories were eliminated. In the 90s, people were busy with surviving, so there was not so much time on thinking and reflecting about the story. But what happened was I went to study in Bishkek, which is a neighboring country of Kazakhstan, and there two Ukrainian, actually more, but two Ukrainian students with whom I became friends came also to study to Bishkek. And in late 1990s, that was a very unusual step for Ukrainian students to come to Kyrgyzstan, because usually everyone wanted to study in Moscow, everyone wanted to study in the West. So with one of my Ukrainian, important was that, of course, I knew Ukrainian people because there were many Ukrainian people in Kazakhstan, but that was somebody from Ukraine. So I heard a lot of stories about Ukraine. And with one of them, actually with both of them, we co-founded a human rights organization. One of the things that we achieved was releasing a political prisoner in Belarus. Back then in early 2000s, that was still possible. And so we did things together. We were teaching human rights, we were engaged in civic activism, etc., etc. So we had this very direct connection to Ukraine, and we didn't have this connection to people from Russia. Another thing that, so I studied, I went to study, but then when Ukraine made kind of visa-free travel to Ukraine, when I was teaching in Germany, I brought students, German students, to Ukraine. One of the important factors was the release, the opening of KGB archives. And of course, I'm a historian, and that was very attractive. So Russia was not attractive anymore, but Ukraine was attractive simply because there was this process of democratization, that there was this process of opening. So of course, when you go, you make connections. You study the history automatically when you go, when you exchange with each other. So, these connections, these intellectual connections were made, and this was very important during this war. I realized that some of my colleagues who study East European history, they go to study the rest of the region, also to study Central Asia, actually only in Moscow archives. And they didn't go to Ukraine, and it was very difficult for them because they knew Ukraine only from books, and they didn't know Ukraine, they didn't travel to Ukraine. So for them, some of them were silent because they didn't know what to say. I mean, of course, they could say more things, but they couldn't explain the difference between Russia and Ukraine because this experience was lacking. So also, of course, because I was teaching at European universities, there is Erasmus exchange program, which is, financed by European Union, and that is very important to foster exchange between students in Europe. Also, I myself was on a high school exchange program, so this, and I've been to many different countries, so that was a very formative experience. So, given the fact that during the Soviet times, it was a very hierarchical system, so all roads went through Moscow, and we didn't have that many conversations like Kazakhs with Ukrainians, with Uzbeks, with Latvians, etc., etc. What happened now during the full-scale invasion is that intense conversations are taking place. So a very decolonial moment, a grassroots, very spontaneous. People wanted to talk to each other, not through Moscow, but with each other. So one of the things that I realized is very important, because Ukraine is a moral leader of decolonization. Ukraine is a safe space to talk about colonialism. Ukraine is a method in the sense that Ukraine brings all of us together, is actually fostering exchange programs, high school exchange program, university exchange programs. I know that there are a lot of foreign students in Ukraine because Ukraine is an educational market, but we also need programs where students don't only come by themselves, but also historians, social scientists, sociologists. We need to foster these connections, personal connections. But it's not only bringing people from around the world to come and experience Ukraine, but also that kind of my experience of having Ukrainian students in Central Asia is also extremely important, to foster these exchange programs, to send students on exchange semesters to countries of Latin America, to countries in Africa, to countries in East Asia. So this is something that is very needed, not only because personal contacts are important, because the thinking will be different. So we are still used to kind of really imperial toolkit, academic toolkit. For example, just to give an example, the word Russia is a colonial word. There is no such thing as Russia. Every time we use the word Russia, we erase the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, we erase Tatarstan, we erase Bashkortostan. However, Russia is like, that word is being fostered, and we really need, to be careful not to use that word. It's a Russian empire. And so using that word will give justice to the polities that are still colonized by the Russian empire. But also, this kind of fostering this exchange and fostering these connections will allow not simply to talk about some regions, but to craft new knowledges together. So there is kind of one of the important, I think, in the German-speaking kind of academia, is that we don't talk about the people, we talk with the people. So we study ourselves together. And so once we have these exchanges, we will be able to understand ourselves more. So it's not only about simply knowing people, it's about understanding ourselves. So one of the examples, I will say, there was unfortunately, he's not anymore, a great historian, Mark van Hagen. He was a historian of the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire. And one of the things he did in the still in the Soviet period, an unusual thing that he did, he learned Ukrainian. And he said that when he learned Ukrainian as a US professor, it has changed his view of the Soviet Union. And then he wrote an article and explained that Ukraine was colonized. And actually, before he died, I think in 2018, he held one of his last lectures in Germany, where he said that he thinks that Ukraine will be invaded, but by now it will not be by Bolsheviks, it will be by fascists. So simply because he learned Ukrainian, it gave him a totally different picture, a totally different understanding of the past, but also he could predict the future very accurately. So one of the dimensions is of course to talk about Ukraine in many different countries. So we have scholars in Latin America who say, well, we need actually Ukrainian studies, we need somebody to teach Ukrainian history in our countries. But I think it's very important to have, lecturers on Ukrainian history, Ukrainian culture, not only in Latin America, but also in Central Asia, in many different parts of the world. But also, I think it is very important to have, Latin American studies in Ukraine. It is also very important to have Central Asian studies or North Caucasus studies in Ukraine. So it's not only Ukraine as one of the and it's true for any country of the world, is that one of the things is not only to revise narratives, colonial narratives that we've learned and that we are sometimes unconsciously using, such as the concept of Russia, but also to become knowledge producers and to become kind of centers of knowledges where people can meet. Sometimes in some of the countries where there is no freedom of academia, and Ukraine is a free democratic country, where we can actually foster such scholarship as, for example, North Caucasus studies, right? And it doesn't, it's something that the world needs, and it's of course, there is a war in Ukraine, but Ukraine, because it's democratic, because it is open, it is a very safe space to hold a lot of decolonial conversations. And so there is a book, it's called Asia's Method, and there is an article, Eastern Europe's Method, and I say Ukraine should also be a method, because this is a safe space for people to meet from around the world, not in a former colonial metropole, where its knowledge production is contaminated with colonial discourses, with colonial concepts and colonial hierarchies. Ukraine is not a colonial metropole. It's a place where people can connect, where people can understand each other, because there is this experience of oppression. And I think it's a very, because this moment is already there, it's nothing to push for, because it will take place anyways, but it's something hopefully that one can think about, and something hopefully where we at this conference, where we're meeting informally, hopefully these connections will take place, because so far we had kind of Russian experts explaining Central Asia, explaining Ukraine, explaining Caucasus, and this needs to be changed, and I always say that, of course, people who were formerly or currently colonized by Russia understand Russia very differently. And actually, scholars and analysts and activists who've experienced Russia have a very different perspective on Russia, and that is very valuable, not only for us, but also for the whole world. Yes, so this is my first.
Thank you for making the input personal, and thank you for Ukraine as a metered approach. It's really valuable and needed right at the moment. Mr. Alim Aliyev, Alim, the floor is yours. You can share your inputs with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear friends. It's an honor to be with you here and to speak to you. And, thank you for organizers and for all of you to come to Ukraine, to Kyiv, to support us on this very complicated times. I want to start with the topic of decolonization and recolonization in Ukraine. Today, Ukraine is going through these two opposite processes at the same time. When we talk about decolonization, we first of all talk about decommunization. In Ukraine, it means that we are getting rid of the totalitarian Soviet legacy, renaming cities and streets named after our executors and developing our modern culture, and also switching to the Ukrainian language where Russian was previously dominant. I call it reclaiming our own names. But the occupation of Ukraine territories is the opposite process. It's taking place, the process of recolonization. I want to briefly talk about Crimea and indigenous people of Ukraine, Crimean Tatars. Last 9.5 years, more than 5,000 cases of violation of human rights violations were fixed in Crimea. But it's only a tip of iceberg, because on the bottom we have this new colonization of the peninsula. And Crimea, after 2014, have become a role model for the colonization for another parts of Ukraine by Russia. And colonialism, for us, it's about appropriation or destruction. There is not third. Now I'm talking about our memory, I talk about our history, names, symbols, and of course people. Russian colonialism in relation to Crimean Tatars is when they first grab our language identity, after they grab our land, and then they even try to kill us. To talk about recolonization, it's important to take into historical context. During the last 2,040 years, this is far from not the first attempt of colonization of Crimea. And we should start with two figures. Before the 1783, it was the first annexation of Crimea by Catherine II. 95% of all of population in Crimea were Crimean Tatars. Now it's dropped into 13%. And today the Russian propaganda, which tries to impose on the world the ancient ties between Crimea and Russia, focuses on the history after this first annexation of Crimea. And in such discourse, we haven't any place for example, Crimean Khanate, the Crimean Tatar statehood from the 1441. And for example, in 19th century, we have the situation when the Crimean Tatars is the first time when became more numerous abroad than in motherland in Ukraine. In 20th century, we had a deportation of Crimean Tatar, is a genocide in 1944, when all of Crimean Tatars were deported to Central Asia, to Siberia. For example, I was born in Uzbekistan, and all of Crimean Tatars' families has such the same history. And now I want to talk about modern colonization in three aspects. For example, identity. When we talked about identity, it means that violation of the right of self-determination of Crimean Tatar indigenous people in Crimea by Russia. We see ourselves as an integral part of Ukraine, of course. And in 2014, Russia tried to destroy our national institutions, like a Majlis of Crimean Tatar people. It's a banned institution in Russia, and also it's a banned institution in Crimea. And also we talk about, for example, cultural heritage. Destroying the tangible and intangible cultural heritage that that does not fit into the Russian Kremlin ideology, as a hand palace in Bakhchisarai that destroyed under the guise of restoration. Or we talk about Crimean Tatar language. Today, it's Crimean Tatar language, one of the vanishing languages according to the UNESCO. And that's why, for example, parents in Crimea gathering to some, small groups at homes and teach Crimean Tatar language, mother language, for their own children. And one more, it's about religious identity. Today, Russian trying to focus on Crimean Tatars as a potential terrorists and extremists. That's why today we have a lot of prosecutions on these criminal articles. But for Crimean Tatars, for our history, nonviolent resistance is in our blood. If we talk about, for example, Soviet past. When we talk about second militarization, it's not only that Crimea, one of the main platforms for Russia to launch bombs and missiles to another part of Ukraine, but it's also and militarization of consciousness, but it's also forcing mobilization of the people from occupied territories. And Russia tried to, first of all, mobilize Crimean Tatars to Russian army. And such crime may lead to repeated act of genocide of Crimean Tatar people, because Russia tried to send Crimean Tatars to the front line and fight against not only our land, our state, Ukrainian state, but also against Crimean Tatars who in Ukrainian army. And third dimension is settlement colonization. When we talked about internal displaced people, when we talk about refugees, it's near 70,000 people left Crimea during last 9.5 years. But we have a reserve trend when 700,000 people came to Crimea from Russia, and with different groups. It's not only military people, but it's also civilians and even pensioners and business persons who colonized Crimea. And that's why we have a short attempts of colonization. What's important when we talk about today is this decolonization and recolonization from the Crimean Tatar perspective? First of all, we should take a way not of victimizing ourselves, but to be competitive and to build horizontal ties with entire world. Secondly, it's in Crimea after the occupation, justice must prevail in the form of national territorial autonomy of Crimean Tatars, or because it's not a privilege for us, it's vital necessary to preserve our identity and preserve our nation as a equal nation in this world. And last but not least, when we talk about next plans for us, today we should talk about our homework. First of all, it's important to lead Crimean Tatar studies abroad in different universities, with the Ukrainian studies, of course. Today is the time when we not only talk about war, about human rights violations. Today is a time when we talk about ourselves, and today is a time when we give an answer to the question, who I am. And last, this is our common war. And in this war, a lot of Crimean Tatars, a lot of Ukrainians, a lot of people from different origins are on front line in Ukraine army or volunteering. And you know, it's not a war, first of all, for our land. It's war for our identity. It's war for our dignity. And it's war for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alim, for highlighting the Crimean Tatars' colonial experience. And we are moving out of a region. We have two guests out of who made a very long trip to Ukraine. I really appreciate that they are joining us today. And I'm inviting Reverend Wompo to share your thoughts and reflection on coloniality and decoloniality with us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Indeed, it's a great privilege to be here. I would want to congratulate the organizers of this particular conference. To mention a few, Maria, Titania, and then Hope Co of the International Center for Ukrainian Victory. My first time in Ukraine is very impressive, excellent. I come from a country that happens to be the first African country to have attained independence in 1957 of Sif March. What I want to say is that coming from our part of the world, our forefathers fought for our decolonization. Our forefathers fought for our independence. It was not an easy task, but it was necessary. And I'm here to say that decolonization has become very necessary in this century because we have come to a stage where we can manage our own affairs. We have come to a stage where we don't need to be controlled or dominated over by another country anymore. Before I came to, Ukraine, the propaganda we have always heard, the stories we have always heard about Ukraine, coming here is a different impression altogether. And I must applaud the governance of Ukraine for standing the test of time. And I would continue to say that just keep up the fight. Ukraine does not deserve an attack. Ukraine does not deserve destruction. And I was excited when I heard the Prosecutor General yesterday when he gave us a brief of what the country is doing to book the accountability of people that are causing trouble, people that are perpetrating crime, and then people that have undermined human rights. And I tell myself that Ukraine has a future. Having come from a country that gained independence several years ago, I would speak from that perspective about the lessons of our past and challenges of our present. Indeed, ever since we gained independence, we have since, as an African nation, begun to manage our own affairs. It was not an easy task, but gradually, even though we are still a developing nation, but I think that we are heading towards a place that we can totally be independent of ourselves. Talking about decolonization, with our experience as Ghanaians, we could tell that we were not so much ready as at that time to be decolonized. Why am I saying this? Our colonial masters left us at a stage where, even though it was necessary for us to gain independence, but in a way, excuse me to say, we would have been better today if we had them in for some time. But in another way, it was very prudent and good that we gained independence because it didn't make us lose our culture. When we had the colonial masters in Ghana then, we were losing track with our tradition and our culture. They were destroying our culture, and then our educational curriculum was being destroyed. But having had an opportunity that our forefathers fought for independence, today I sit before you and I dress with a true identity of a Ghanaian and an African. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about challenges that we have from the perspective of Ghana, even though we fought to gain independence, but there is another modern colonization that is known as the neocolonialism. Why am I saying this? We still have our structures that are not strong, and as a result of that, we still have our colonial masters intruding in our economical affairs, intruding in our political affairs, and then, our religious and business affairs. So this time round, we are not being colonized like before, but we are colonized in an indirect form. Now, coming to Ukraine, I understand and feel the need for freedom in Ukraine. And I must say, today, a greater number of medical doctors in Ghana got scholarships to study in Ukraine, and today we are of benefit through that. And seeing the fact that today the aggressor, the attackers from Russia on Ukraine is rather unfortunate. It's unnecessary. And I sit down here to say that if we do not fight back, Russia in several years ago have built a precedent that is very bad. They keep on attacking and attacking. And if Ukraine does not rise to win the war, then Russia would continue to attack many more. We have a saying in Ghana that if your house is on fire, or your neighbor's house is on fire, and you sit at your home and you think that it doesn't concern you, don't forget, the next fire that is going to catch up is coming to your house. But I'm here to say that Ghana is not just sitting aloof. We are concerned about the victory of Ukraine. As a matter of fact, ever since Russia began the launch of its attack against Ukraine, our economy changed. Things became difficult. So in other words, the attack of Russia on Ukraine should be a matter of concern for all of us. Let's not have some particular people seated on the fence to feel that it doesn't concern them. It concerns all of us. In Ghana, we experienced an extravagant increment of food prices, fuel prices, and we have been suffering, even though we are not part of the war, even though we are not living in Ukraine or in Russia. That is to say that it should be a matter of concern to all of us, even in Africa, that our survival would always be dependent from Ukraine and other countries. So there is a great need for peace in Ukraine. And I've always said that I have fallen in love with Ukraine, and at any point in time I'm called upon to come to Ukraine, I would always be here to support Ukraine. Now, like the moderator said, I am a convener of a pressure group in Ghana that is Arise Ghana. And when we say Arise Ghana, we say Save Ghana Now. And I'm here to say, if I say Arise Ukraine, then you say Save Ukraine Now. Arise Ukraine. Arise Ukraine. Now, one other thing I want to say is that one of the ways that Ukraine can totally gain freedom or be decolonized is to be united. If you break your front, then you would have the enemy have control over you. I mean, over the news, I've heard of how your president, His Excellency Zelensky, even got into the battlefield. That is a true leader. That is a patriotic leader. Unfortunately, in our African continent, in times like this, you have the leaders rather hide and expect the citizens to go and fight. You have the leaders rather migrate their families to safer places and rather expect the citizens to fight. But in the case of Ukraine, it's so different because the leadership themselves are in the battlefield. That is to say that there is a great future for Ukraine. That is to say that people are willing to share their own blood to make sure that Ukraine is liberated, to make sure that Ukraine gains its freedom, to make sure that Ukraine stays united to fight against the oppressor. For how long can we continue to stay quiet and allow the oppressor intimidate us? For how long can we stay quiet and let other people think that they are above the law? I was glad, like I said yesterday, when I heard the steps that is being taken by the Prosecutor General on what they intend to do. I think that it is high time that all of us speak with one voice, that all of us come together and ensure that there is a peace in Ukraine, that all of us would ensure that Ukraine becomes victorious. So as a matter of fact, decolonization, as we see, talking about, the challenges, what I would encourage the good people of Ukraine is that you must put your structures right so that no one would have the capability or the ability to be able to interfere in your systems of governance, like what is happening in our continent, Africa. Ukraine, I am very optimistic that this war would end with a victory for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you for Ghana's wins, and thank you for comments on post-colonial identity and colonial structures. Mr. Maradiaga, the floor is yours, and really looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say how grateful I am for this invitation. My name is Felix Maradiaga. I am from Nicaragua. And this experience is surreal. I learned about the full-scale war in Ukraine while I was in complete isolation in a prison in Nicaragua. I did not have access to any information. And the guards were supposed to keep every information completely isolated. But one of my torturers, one of the Sandinista guards, felt very proud that he was trained by the Russians. And he felt very proud that, accordingly to his version, Russia, that country that he admired, was winning the war and had invaded Ukraine, and he had in front of him an alleged CIA agent. And he was telling me, you know, you who are educated in the US and you have spoken at the UN Security Council and the European Parliament about all these things, and he heard my speeches condemning Russia when the invasion happened in 2014. And if someone would tell me that 6 months later, I would have been here talking to brave Ukrainian people to share my passion for freedom and my passion for a country that is showing the world what can happen when there is an entire nation that is deeply passionate about their land, about their principles, about the rights of the people. I would have never believed that. Thank you for that. And I've been asked to give a short statement, and I promise I will keep that to my time. Vladimir Putin's expansionist agenda has brought the issue of modern colonialism to the forefront, with reminders of its haunting presence from Crimea to Latin America. Recognizing the similarities between Russia's actions in Ukraine and the historical oppression witnessed in Latin America is essential. Despite Russia's claims against colonialism, a concealed agenda of colonial imperialism emerged by suppressing Ukrainian culture and identity even during the Soviet era. The contemporary struggle against modern imperialism requires us to comprehend this issue. Decolonization provides a way to rectify historical injustices and a mandate to build a world based on freedom and justice. Colonialism is a political system where a powerful nation or a group of nations takes control of foreign territories. At the same time, decolonization is the process by which formerly colonized territories seek to attain independence, sovereignty, and self-governance. Imperialism and colonialism share specific characteristics, such as centralized control, violence, an imperialistic mindset within the aggressor nation, and the forcible assimilation and distortion of national identities. These characteristics are evident in Putin's doctrine, also familiar to Russia in general. Russian propaganda has persistently claimed that Russia opposes colonialism. That is a lie. A typical scenario of colonial imperialism was unfolding behind the Iron Curtain. The annexation of Crimea and the ongoing conflict in eastern Ukraine are stark examples of Russian expansionism. The debate on colonization and decolonization in the global south, particularly in Latin America, has been dominated by Marxist thought and outdated biases against the former European colonial powers. Moreover, the Soviet propaganda machine during the Cold War monopolized the conversation, leaving no acknowledgement of Russia's pre-Bolshevik imperial history or the Soviet imperialist actions during the Cold War. This is precisely why Russian propaganda has succeeded in Latin America, in Africa, and in the rest of the global south, relying on remnants of the Marxist narrative that blamed the West for colonialism while portraying the Soviet Union as a champion of decolonization. However, this narrative is inherently hypocritical and false. It is profoundly concerning that explaining Russian imperialism under Putin's dictatorship remains a formidable task in Africa, Latin America, and the rest of the global south. For those of us dedicated to providing objective information about the dangers of Russian expansionism, it has been a challenging and often isolating task, facing misunderstanding and opposition from significant segments of the progressive left. Furthermore, we confront another substantial challenge in countering and exposing Russian colonialism in its Latin American propaganda. Over the last 2 decades, even conservative elements in the global south have come to view Vladimir Putin as a strongman figure to emulate. In essence, Proponents of liberal thinking, like myself, have consistently opposed figures like Putin and now find themselves confronting not only the traditional hypocrisy of the left in Latin America, but also the admiration of ultra-conservative factions who see Putin as a model strongman to follow. Russia's propaganda in Latin America traces its roots to the Soviet Union, the Castro regime in Cuba, the Chavistas in Venezuela, and the Sandinistas in Nicaragua are critical components of Russia's activities in the region. These contemporary authoritarian regimes adeptly manipulate democratic systems, employ selective repression, and maintain a facade of legality. They use advanced technology and political strategies to solidify their grip on society. Transnational ties among anti-Western dictatorships have solidified, forming an ecosystem of dictators providing financial support, sharing intelligence, and exchanging expertise on suppressing citizen, independent journalism, and stifling dissident. Decolonization should extend beyond a purely Marxist perspective to encompass a broader understanding that addresses contemporary forms of expansionism, such as Russia's under Putin. Recent developments, such as Cuba's alliance with Russia and the Ortega-Murillo regime in Nicaragua partnership with Putin, underscore the need for a democratic, global ecosystem to counter these new forms of imperialism while upholding the fundamental values of international law. As dictators forge a menacing web of tyranny, proponents of democracy must embrace transnational collaboration as a cornerstone of our resistance strategy against these novel imperialist forces. An urgent imperative is establishing a democratic global ecosystem to counter these new forms of imperialism. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are coming back to the region. Dr. Ilyasov, can you hear us? I would like to invite you to join us and share your thought with us. We can see you, we cannot hear you. And try to say something one more time. No, unfortunately, we cannot hear. Yeah, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me here, for having me today. It's my pleasure to be in this conference, and I regret that I'm not in person there. I've been asked to provide my analysis on Chechen perspective of decolonization, stating it from my positionality, from me being a Chechen scholar who left the country because of the wars that Russia waged against my people. And I want to start my talk with rhetorical question. And by the way, thank you very much for all previous speakers. And what I will be talking about very much is aligned with what they said before. So my question to the audience is, did you know that Chechnya and Chechens are colonial terms? They are. Chechens do not call themselves Chechens, nor do they call their republic Chechnya. However, colonial terminology became so widespread and accepted by the world that no one thinks about it differently. When I was doing my PhD, I tried to fight this. I tried to change it, and I failed because my voice was not heard in a choir of others, of much bigger chunk of other voices, Russian voices that imposed this terminology, and the voices of other scholars who accepted it. So decolonization of scholarship is needed. I also was glad to see recent development in this sense, that Georgia, previously called Gruzia in Russian language, is now known as Sakartvelo in the world. I was happy to see that Kiev is written in a correct way. And this kind of gives me a hope that Chechnya will also become not Chechnya, but Ichkeria, Novchicho, or other names that Chechens want it to be. But honestly, today, I think that Chechnya and Chechens are correct term when we're referring to this geopolitical entity that exists right now under Russian occupation, because it is a colony. So that is today. But in 1990s, Chechnya was among the leaders of the colonization process in the territory of former Soviet Union. Led by Johar Dudayev, the first president of Chechnya, who was literally frontline decolonial politician and thinker, Chechnya declared its sovereignty in 1999. Dudayev, by the way, well before this professor, I didn't catch the name, but Botakos Kasimbekov mentioned him, who predicted this collision between Ukraine and Russia. Dudayev predicted this collision long before that, in early 90s. More than that, he clearly identified neo-imperial ideology that Russia adopted since early 90s, and he called it Russism, the modern and Russian version of fascism. That was his contribution to decolonization, to modern thinking. And after Chechens declared independence, they changed this colonial term Chechnya into Novchicho, which was for domestic audience in Chechen language, and Ichkeria for international audience. What Chechens tried to achieve with declaring this independence was pretty much the right to decide their own fate, to use their own language, to have their distinct identity. And this was unique to the territory of Russian Federation. No other nation wanted to achieve the same things by declaring full sovereignty, by claiming it. Why? Why no other nation tried to do so? The thing is that Chechnya was fighting its fight anti-Russian empire for 200 years, even more. Same as some of the previous speakers identified the long-term Ukrainian fight against imperialism. Chechens suffered the genocidal deportation, same as Crimean Tatars. In 1994, the whole entire nation was deported to Central Asia and lost almost half of its population. My family of my grandparents was deported to Kyrgyzstan. They lived in Talas region, and they lost also several members of its family. It was not allowed to speak about it. It was not allowed even to know about it. So another colonial frame that was imposed on the Chechen nation, that they do not have the right to have their own history. And even under these circumstances, Chechens managed to resist imperialism, even in deportation. And another factor that also pushed Chechens to this fight, to this forefront of the fight against Russian imperialism, neo-imperialism, is the feeling that Russia always inflicted on Chechens of being second-hand citizens who are not allowed to have their own customs, who are not allowed to speak their own language. Interestingly enough, today, Ivan Kadyrov, who is the Russian interlocutor in Chechnya, who rules Chechnya on behalf of Russia, even him, when he speaks in Chechen language, he acknowledges it. So, in my mind, what the world could have learned from this Russo-Chechen interaction, from the history of it, is that Russian government and nation, and not only government, not only politician, they have imperial mindset. Even so-called liberals, they deny Chechen sovereignty. Just to remind you, remember Khodorkovsky, when right away after serving 10 years in Russian prison, in one of his first interviews, he stated that he is ready to protect Russian unity and fight Chechen separatism with guns in his arms. That's a leader of Russian liberal opposition. The second lesson that the world could have learned from Russo-Chechen interaction is that success of recolonization Chechnya, the second war that happened in 2000, it encouraged Russia to make an attempt to recolonize Georgia in 2008 and Ukraine since 2014. It was not seen by the world back then that it is recolonization in Chechnya. It was not seen by the world that Chechnya is trying to get rid of this status of being a colony. And it was not seen that Russia is denying sovereignty, not only of the units who were thrown into being a part of Russian Federation, but also other post-Soviet nations, same as who are internationally recognized, such as Ukraine or Georgia. So I think that Ukraine's victory in war will help decolonization effort, that it will free those who are currently under occupation, who live in the colonies of Russia, as the colonies of Russia, who suffer from the dominant narrative in Russia that instills false memories and false understanding of history. I think it is important to disrupt this Russian-centric understanding and imaginary of people who are in fact colonized. So therefore, I think that Ukraine's victory will be people's victory, not only Ukraine's, but all other peoples too who are colonized today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ilyasov. Thank you, all of you. I really, really appreciate how many we have in common, and I hope our panel will contribute a lot to mutual understanding, colonial experience, as well as decolonial intentions. I wish we had the whole day to discuss the issue, because I have really a lot of topics and questions noted, but we are running out of time. Nevertheless, I propose to have a short, a very brief Q&A section, probably for a few questions to our panelists. You will be the first, and then you can pass the mic.
Thank you. First of all, before I ask my question, I would like, as a Ukrainian born in Sevastopol, Crimea, I would like to thank all of you for coming here and for showing this amazing support that we have from all of the world, from all corners, from South America, Central America, from Africa, from Middle East, Asia, and Oceania. It is incredibly important and inspiring to see that despite what we see in the media, you are here and you're supporting us. And this means all the world to us. Thank you very much. And now as to my question to the panelists, thank you very much for giving your perspectives. And when we are trying to understand Why does the world perceive Russia as it perceives, like through Dostoevsky and not through the war criminals that come and commit genocide? One of the things that often pops up is the so-called blue water thesis or the salt water fallacy, which was adopted in 1950s during the decolonization approaches of the United Nations, according to which the United States and the Soviet Union opposed decolonization processes which would happen and affect their countries. And they invented that it's only a colonial empire if it goes across the salt water, across the ocean. That way, they evaded responsibility, and now we see that Russia is not perceived as a colonial power, even though it has more than 100 nationalities, such as Nokhcho there, the representative of whom we have the honor to have here. So the question to you is, how can we decolonize the Russian studies? How can we demonstrate that saltwater fallacy is unacceptable? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I propose to have one answer, to have more questions. Who would like to answer this question? I will invite you to answer this question. Yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
Very quickly. I think that the roots of this propaganda, because there's no other word for that, are the Soviet era. And when we tackle into that issue, I think that it's more than a technical issue from international law, it's an issue of political thought. And the only way that I can imagine, and I know that we don't have much time to go into details, but it's basically information. We need to organize a very sophisticated network of informers, people from academia, from private sector, from international civil society, to basically tackle this issue, because the level of disinformation is deeply rooted. And when the Soviets collapsed, many of these ideas survived with very well intentions, I would say, within, for example, the social democrat political vision. So anytime that you criticize these type of issues, you're perceived as pro-imperialistic or pro-United States, and it's just a level of disinformation. So I know that my response might seem simplistic, but I think that the core of issue is disinformation. And disinformation can only be fought through a combination of academia, public intellectuals, civil society, responsible media, and activists working together on a narrative that is easy to digest for the new generation of thought leaders around the world.
Dr. Ghosh, would you like to add something briefly?
Very briefly. Yes, academically, I fully agree with you. It is all working together. Politically, it is the left which should completely review their ideology. Complete overhaul of the left ideology is needed. It's very deep topic which we cannot even open because it's Pandora's box. And its alignment with the Soviet type of left ideology, which started with Bolshevik and then continues till today. The second is diplomatically. We need to put an end to the bipolar world. As long as the bipolar world will exist, we will have this. You know, it is not a one-sided game also. We have accepted what Soviet Union did so that it happened like that, and we shouldn't accept what Russia is doing. So that is up to the political will of the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. And are you willing to answer, or should we? We can ask for more questions. Yeah. Any more questions? Yes. Can you pass the mic, please? Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much to all the panelists for very inspiring, indeed, speeches and many insights. You partly touched upon the topic of different peoples, indigenous people, basically blocked within Russian empire today. So I'd like to hear your opinion how we can boost the process of decolonization for these peoples, for example, for Kazakhstan, for Ichkeria's people, because today we can see that more and more international platforms like this one are being created, where people from different nations can talk more and represent decolonization opinion on their nations. And there are more parliamentary initiatives in Ukraine being established on the same topic. But my question is how deeply we can involve in this process, but at the same time how we can help these nations to boost the decolonization process. Thank you very much.
Well, that's a very good question. Well, first of all, one cannot decolonize others. One can only decolonize oneself, and that's very important to understand, because anytime one tries to decolonize others, one is in a colonial project, and this is it's a very important argument because this is what kind of Moscow leaders were saying: we are decolonizing others. You cannot decolonize anyone else except for yourself. In Kazakhstan, decolonization is a big topic now for at least 10 years. It's nothing new. It was fostered by artists, activists, cultural people from cultural sphere, academics. We have books writing on decolonization. My sister told me that she was a year ago. She said that she was in a supermarket and a cashier asked her, "So what do you know about decolonization?" So it's really everywhere. It's a very important topic. In Kazakhstan, it's really different layers of society are engaged into that. We really have books on that and publishers, etc. But in Kyrgyzstan, for example, so some of my colleagues, Kyrgyzstan is losing its democracy, almost lost its democracy now, and it's a very dangerous topic. So sometimes people think that people in the colonies can talk about decolonization because they experience it. Actually, it's not true. For example, it's in kind of dictatorial context, it's very dangerous. So people, so for example, just to give you an example that happened recently, a Kyrgyz student wanted to write his master's thesis about decolonization. It's something with clothing or language, it's something that wasn't overly directly political, but his professors who actually came from Russia, they disqualified his master's thesis because they said that it's an expression of nationalism. He made a big social media campaign, and then he could defend his master's thesis on decolonization. So even when people, professors talk about decolonization, they are being targeted by the government because they think it is a very dangerous topic. So for them, it's not safe. In Kyrgyzstan, it's not safe for them to talk about decolonization, but it is safe for them to talk about decolonization with outside of Kyrgyzstan. So Ukraine is really, because it is democratic, because it is free, because, freedom of speech and freedom of thinking, this is exactly decolonization, and when Ukraine wanted to have its story, it was punished for that. It's still being punished for decolonization. But that's why I strongly believe in the fact that Ukraine is a platform for these kind of conversations. The only thing that one can do is really being a platform, but one cannot decolonize others. However, being a platform, welcoming, but also really have a different mode of, thinking and co-learning and thinking that we learn from each other. We're not simply teaching. I think that decolonial mindset of academic exchange is very important. From my experience working in European universities, I must say that the curriculum is very Eurocentric in Europe. So at history departments, it's mostly very Eurocentric. Ukraine is in a very unique position of actually being a European country, but because of its experience with colonialism, actually be a platform, be a political kind of platform, not like politicized platform, but be an open platform to attract and provide provides forums like this for people to, because there are not so many, actually, there are not so many places in the world where this can take place, because of anti-Americanism and anti-Westernism, sometimes people feel that maybe Washington or maybe, London is not the best place to talk about certain issues, but Ukraine is, and it's a very unique position, and I think I've heard from a lot of academics, they dream of coming to Ukraine. They really want to be here. It's nothing that one needs to impose. It's simply, it doesn't even need a lot of effort, actually, because it is already there. And yes, for example, in places like Kazakhstan, right now we have also artists and intellectuals also from Tatarstan, from Bashkortostan, who are actually engaged into this conversation. They're producing new terms, they're producing new theories, new ways of understanding kind of the region. So one just needs to connect and to foster this and listen, also really listen to people.
Thank you. Dr. Ilyasov, you want to add something briefly?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for these questions as well. They're very similar. They sounded very similar to me, both of them. And the answers that were given before me are actually really brilliant. And I wanted to add very small things. Yes, formation is the first thing that is the most important. That it should compete Russian overwhelming flow of information which actually instills and imposes its colonial frame. Ukraine, what it can do, it can compete with Russia because of the size of the country, because of the power, because it has say, and the world is listening to it now. What it can do the best, it can win the war. That would help a lot for other peoples to decolonize themselves. We can do the rest. What Ukraine also and Ukrainian scholars could do also to help to change this terminology I was talking about, that the world would start seeing other people not as indigenous to Russia, but as indigenous to their own region. So Chechens are not indigenous to Russia; they're indigenous to North Caucasus, to this territory, and understanding of this would and the promotion of this kind of terminology, disrupting this narrative that is right, that Russian academia still tries to push, even those who fled the country and who position themselves as anti-regime, anti-Putin, and everything like that. But they still have the different mindset, the mindset that is still imperial. That's what I was trying to emphasize with my example of Khodorkovsky. It's not only Khodorkovsky. Many Russian scholars are like this. So Ukraine, being a big country, having a huge potential, having a lot of scholars, and having a say, I think it can help small people to have a push to move towards their own decolonization. Thank you.
Thank you. And unfortunately, we are running out of time. And
very brief and very. I try to combine.
Can you conclude?
Answer
the question.
I try to combine two questions and say that first of all, we should be subjects when the issue is about ourselves. We should be not on the table, we should be at the table. And we should develop or create our own institutions. And it's very important, this institutional works. And second, when we talk about cultural academia, let's change the mindset. We haven't any great Russian culture. Every own our single culture is great and unique for us. And let's just open our own culture for us and open cultures of another nations. Read writers from Kazakhstan, from Ghana, from Brazil, etc., etc., etc. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Reverend Wombo, can I ask you for a brief 1-minute conclusion to our panel, if you would like? Thank you. Yeah, just briefly conclusion to our panel to inspire us to meet one more time and to talk on this issue more detail. Thank you.
Yes. With regards to the question from the lady, the process of decolonization can only commence when the citizens of the very country that is being colonized comes to a realization that it's high time they become independent of themselves. There isn't any way out that another country can begin to boost the process of decolonization for another country. If you do that, then you are indirectly attracting enmity from one country to your country. So basically, the process of decolonization would only commence when the country that is being decolonized comes to a realization that it is high time we become independent of ourselves and we can manage our own affairs without anybody ruling us. We have a saying in Ghana that he who wears the shoe knows exactly where it is pinning. So you, the one that is colonized, you would know what you are going through, and you should rise up to decolonize yourself before you can gain support.
A small quotation from a person respected by Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars and Mahatma Gandhi said that the doors and the windows of my home must always be open, so that all the cultures would come and so that we would be able to talk calmly and so that we would be standing strong. We need to be standing strong so that the guests would come to us, not to occupy us, and so that we would not be swept with the wind. Thank you.
Thank you all, thank you participants, thank you our audience, and I want to remind you that we are going to gather in the lobby upstairs to visit one more special event. Thank you one more time.
Dear guests, just to emphasize, especially for our international distinguished guests, that now we're heading towards the Ukrainian children affected by the war, by the Russian aggression. So please, if you're interested, we're going to gather in the lobby right now and to head toward, it's like 10 minutes walk at downtown Kyiv. Thank you.